Today is Thursday, April 18th. It is 10:04, and we will now call the Board Development Committee meeting to order. Mr. Gaither, will you please call the roll?
Representing Educational District 2 and Chair of this committee, Ms. Everetta Balden.
Present.
Representing Educational District 5 and Board Chair, Ms. Erica Mitchell.
Present.
Representing Educational District at Large Seat 9, Ms. Jessica Johnson.
Present.
Madam Chair, I also want to recognize our General Counsel is present, and with that being said, you do have a quorum for this meeting.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for joining us. I will now entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the April 18th, 2024 Board Development Committee meeting.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion. There is a second. It has been moved. Well, it's pretty obvious who did it. We have a motion. It's been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the March 21st, 2024 Board Development Committee meeting minutes?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? No one left. Motion carries. We will now move to our discussion items, and please note that all documents are located within our Assembly platform. The first few items are informational, but certainly open for discussion. As a reminder, our 2023-24 board conference schedule was shared with all board members at the beginning of the school year. The listed opportunities are conferences that the Atlanta Board of Education is a member, or the opportunity provides information to enhance the work of the board. In addition to the listed opportunities, the last names of board members who attended or have an interest in attending the conference are listed. During the budget process, the members are assigned an amount for travel. Are there any questions or discussion?
Yes. I know the calendar represent the school calendar year. Okay. I know the calendar represent the school. No. The conferences represent the school calendar year. That's what I'm trying to get to. And just for planning, there are some summer conferences that are not on here, and I was just going to make a note of those and get them out just so people who are interested in attending can prepare and plan for those conferences, because that'll be, like I said, probably like June, July. And then as we roll into the new school year, we'll have a new calendar pushing out for August 2024 to June 2025.
That sounds good. So it sounds like I'm hearing we would like to update the
Correct.
summer dates so folks could plan accordingly. And when does the new budget kick off? That's July 1st that will be in another budget year?
That's correct. So right now we do have conferences listed that we are aware of all the way up into July 24th. Even though that kicks off into the new budget cycle, we put that there because the planning for that happens in this particular cycle. And so if you just let us know what additional conferences are missing, we'll add them to the list to make sure that board members are aware of that.
So if we could update, because right now, like Board Chair Mitchell mentioned, the conference schedule is aligned to the 23-24 year. So for example, the CSBA conference that will be in July is aligned to 2023, but if we could put the 2024 dates, just so if somebody is planning to do that this summer, they'll know what the new dates are. Does that make sense?
I think I'm lost. Help me
I'm
out.
going to send it to you.
Okay.
So what I did is
Which
make a
conference are you
notation.
talking about?
So the California School Board Association, which last year was July 9th through 12th, 2023. So we're approaching planning for this summer. So if someone wants to attend that conference, I just want them to have
okay.
the
I get what you're saying.
2024 dates so they know what the actual dates are and not what they were.
No. So I get you. So again, part of what's listed here are conferences that we are part of. That would be an additional conference. And so once someone has showed interest in it, we would then add that to that particular list. I know that we've had board members to attend that conference over the last 2 years, but it's not a conference that we're a part of. which is why we don't have it listed here, even if it's a summer conference.
There is a conference listed, though. It's on the schedule.
It is on the schedule.
I guess I'm confused.
We might not pay.
One.
Yeah. So what I want to clarify, we might not pay dues or membership to be a part of the organization for the conference, but this is part of a conference schedule of conferences we would like to attend
Right.
by paying the registration fee. So I get what you're saying. These are normally the conferences that we pay dues to through our state associations or whatever type of organization agreements we have with them. That's GSBA, Council of Great City Schools, and blah 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 blah. But this conference, I think, is it says California School Board Association, but I think it's California Association of Black Educators.
Yeah.
That's kind of the correct name for it. We're not a member of it, but we do pay a registration fee to attend because they do have great sessions.
No, I think we're saying the same thing. What I'm saying is it would be placed here on this calendar. So you see the first one because we had board members to attend that in this fiscal year. What I'm also saying is if there's a board member interested in a conference that's not listed, that we would add that conference once there was interest shown. And so if there's somebody interested in the CABES conference or any additional conference, we will add that once we have it. But I'll get the updated list from Board Chair Mitchell just to make sure that all of that information is here, even for the summer. But I'm just saying, we didn't know if anybody wanted to attend.
Let's
So
go
we put it
ahead
on there.
and do the 24-25 conference schedule, because then that will cover the stuff that starts in the summer, and have that updated for our next meeting. Does that make sense?
Yes, but we're also asking for y'all to let us know for
Yes.
conferences that we're not a part of. Just let us know so
Yes.
we can add that
Can
to
add it to the calendar.
Correct.
We will do both that. We will give you additional conferences that aren't listed and also update the ones that are listed to
Okay.
the next fiscal year.
Okay, I got it.
Are we in alignment?
Yeah. And then I have one more question when you're ready.
Okay, and Board Chair Mitchell, there's another question?
I know the Council of Great City Schools and the Harvard Schools Accelerated Boards Capacity. I know that conference is coming up. I know we sent a dozen emails out for people who want to attend the conference. I have to know because I have to follow up with an organization that will provide the financial support for the board members who would like to attend. So it would not come out of our travel budget at all.
So at this point, we only have 3, and your name is missing here, Chair Mitchell, but we only have 3 people who have showed or at least expressed interest via the communication that was sent out. And so I do have some board members who said they're unable to attend. I will say part of what we just had, it's a limited amount of seats available for the conference, but the conference is also really geared towards full boards and superintendents who will be present. And so we have a really good chance, if we had a good number of board members attending, and just ensuring that we could solidify those seats. But at this point, only 3 board members have responded that they were interested in attending.
And will you remind us of the dates for the?
July
ABC?
21st through the 24th.
Okay, it sounds like we should send out a follow-up email regarding interest. And maybe with a heartfelt message from our chair. Just about the importance. It's something that we did before. We did it virtually. So my guess is it hit a little different, but it was impactful. And given the fact that we do have a new board, it would make sense in terms of team building. So may I request that of you, Chair Mitchell?
Yes, I will send the email follow-up because, like I said, they're pressing us to let them know how many people so that they can look at their funding available to ensure that we all have the ability to attend.
And we should also, now that we know that Dr. Battle will be with us during this time, reach out to her and inquire about her availability to participate with us as well. Sound good? Mm-hmm. All right, I like the head nods. Get back to my script. Okay, the board, moving on to item B. Each board member, or did I read, is required to receive continual education credits to enhance the effectiveness of board governance. New board members are required to receive 15 hours, and veteran board members are to receive 9 hours. 3 of the hours are dedicated to whole board training, and hours are to be completed between July 1st and June 30th of the school year. Attached in Assembly are the current hours for board members, and I'm happy to say that we are pacing very well in meeting this goal. And I also believe that there was an invite sent out for May 1st for full board training.
That's correct. So a hold has been placed on the calendar for all board members to solidify that date with GSBA.
And then how many hours would we get from this?
There will be a 3-hour training.
Oh, so that would make a lot of people whole, if I was looking at that chart correctly. I know it will make me whole. 3. Yes. Okay, excellent. Any questions or discussions around the board training hours, upcoming full board training? I'm also pointing out that the summer GSBA conference is coming up. Hours are available there, but you would need to go to the
Correct.
pre-conference session. It's a full day. I believe about 6 hours is available in that space. So I encourage my colleagues to look at that schedule and see if there are any interest for the pre-schedule. And then I have a question, but I'm going to wait to see if any of my colleagues have questions.
So, Madam Chair, before you do that, I also want to acknowledge that we'll be sending out a virtual training schedule as well. So there is an opportunity to receive hours through virtual training, and we'll share that as well because we would need to close that out.
Is there any reason or incentive for us to exceed our training hours?
I'm glad you asked. It is. It helps us as it relates to awards with the Georgia School Boards Association, that if you exceed by 3 or more hours, that you'll be recognized as like a board of like highest quality. There are some other factors that go into that, but that is one of the key pieces in regards to that.
So there is a good reason, other than us being like well-educated
Right.
and informed, for us to seek some additional hours.
Right. It's to get some extra
Excellent.
credit.
So we are all on schedule. Board members have either completed their hours or only have 3 left. So we are pacing that we could actually all get an additional hours if that is something that we want to encourage our colleagues to strive for. Just thought I'd point that out. All right. Any questions, discussion, any other things? Moving right along. Love this committee. The Board Governance Manual was created as a tool for board members, guiding us from elections to the day-to-day operations of the district. This document does not replace the charter or policy manual, but more of a resource guide pulling from both documents. This document was approved by the board in November 2021. Committee members are asked to review the document and provide information regarding updates. This is something that is not going to be done overnight. This is going to be a process, so we will have space for this conversation right now at each of our meetings, and then possibly break it up into pieces in terms of how we want to attack the update. So if you all have not had a chance to start reviewing the governance manual, I encourage you to give it a once over, twice over, and then let's come prepared to talk about just initial questions and thoughts about how we need to move forward in updating this for our next meeting. How does that sound?
Sounds good. Also would like to weigh in to have Coach Ashley Paz to help with that part too, as she is part of the council to ensure that we have our correct operational responsibilities in there too as well. So I just want to throw that out there because that's part of
Yes, that's
The
an excellent
coaching, yeah.
idea. And I actually envision, once we move to the next item that we're talking about, that Coach Ashley may end up being a regular guest to these conversations that we have, especially if, again, not trying to get ahead of myself when we're talking about the language for our policy, if that includes soft G, we just need to make sure that if we are guiding that work, that we are also well-informed. Okay. Any other questions or discussions in this area? So can we make sure that Ashley has the board governance manual? Okay, thank you. All right, we have a guest speaker here today. Board member Katie Howard has developed a community engagement plan that eventually may go to policy. So we have one that exists, but it's just, Katie, I'm gonna just hand it over. I'm not even gonna try to explain how you got to this place, but if you could give us just a quick why you did this, and then walk us through the important things that we need to understand in this, and then we can ask some questions and talk about next steps. So Board Member Katie Howard, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. It's great to be with y'all today. I love this committee too. And I'm glad you'll have a copy of my proposed community engagement plan for the board. I've been sitting here tweaking it, so I understand there's some edits that are needed. But yeah, actually, I started working on this through my cohort with the Council of Great City Schools. And as we all know, it's critically important that the board engage with the community in two-way engagement. And that's so important to student outcomes focused governance work because, as we all know too, the goals and the guardrails reflect the vision and values of the community. So if we don't work with them, then they don't have the meaning they have to have. And the purpose of the community engagement plan for us as the board, the superintendent has their own community engagement plan, and we support one another appropriately. But this is for us to go out and share about our work in student outcomes focused governance, give updates on our goals, where we are with progress, to get feedback from the community, because we have to know what's going on the ground to know whether or not what we have in place really is working and improving student outcomes. So that being said, I started somewhere. And of course, this is a start. I'm really looking forward to everyone's feedback and seeing what else is needed, what needs to be adjusted. But to give some highlights, being that we'd go out collectively, I'm proposing no less than, I believe, 4 of us going out together. So it'd be a commitment from the board to say we're going to do this, ideally all of us, but 4 times a year, and doing it in quadrants of the city. I think that's important so we'd reach the most people at a time, also because it would require a majority of us to go out. And we know that people have other meetings going on, other things happening, but we need to be realistic about what we can handle. But it would also be an incredible way to have a mix of communities there and schools and people to know each other and one another and know what's going on in other schools and communities. So proposing Northwest, Southwest, Southeast, Northeast, 4 times a year. Meetings, we would work to make sure that they're in locations that are accessible by public transit, there's parking available. We could even work with partners to have childcare, food, other resources provided. We would start, and this isn't in the policy, it does say that the goal of this is to share updates on our student outcomes focused governance work. But additionally, departments from the district could be there to provide information. You could have community organizations there. This could be a really awesome event for everyone. They would have to be live streamed and recorded. That is in my proposed policy or in this outline of what I'm proposing. And again, to provide updates on the board's goals and guardrails. We'd also take questions and other things as well. We'd have almost like a question bank, and then the district would follow up. So it's an opportunity to hear from the community and other things too, but we really want to keep the focus on what we're doing with our goals and our guardrails. I've also gone on to include student voice because we absolutely value that as a board, and I want to make sure they're included in this hopeful future policy, and how we go and engage with them. We're fortunate to have the Student Advisory Council, and we know they represent their schools. So even though with Breakfast with the Board, we strive to go and to every school, and that's such a fantastic, important experience, we know we can't realistically go to them with this information to every single high school. So I'm proposing that we as a board attend at least one Student Advisory Council meeting a year and provide updates on our goals and guardrails and get feedback from them as a way to include student voice. Lastly, but most importantly, educators. I also included them and administrators in that we would, and of course working with the superintendent, to determine the best opportunity, but present to educators, staff throughout the system, one time a year, an update on our goals and guardrails. It could be district-wide training that we just pop in on and that we give an update on where we are, because this work is very important to what they're doing, and we have got to include their feedback, and we want them to know exactly what we're doing at this level. And we've done a good job of talking about it in different spaces, but we do know a lot of educators and administrators and people on the ground, and this includes everyone, people in nutrition, bus drivers, everyone, knowing what we're doing, because it absolutely applies to them and impacts what they do every day. And we really value them and their feedback. And that's another way we can build trust with them as well. So that is what I'm proposing right now. I appreciate y'all bearing with me as I went through it, but it was great getting to share it with my cohort when the culmination of my time with the student outcomes focused governance training at that level. And lastly, I'll say I definitely want Ashley's input on this. So yeah, I'm happy to take questions or come back again or whatever works for y'all.
So, I mean, I love the general idea of this, right? I mean, I love what you put into place, because one of the challenges that we have is we speak goals and guardrails very fluently, but when it goes to any other level, people don't necessarily understand, how does it affect me? How does it impact me? How do I impact this? And so this is a great way to get everybody speaking the same language. I also, while you said two-way at the beginning, we talked about updates, but the understanding is it's not just us talking, but we do some talking, and then there's a space to listen, to have dialogue, to engage, and possibly some activities or whatnot, depending on how we see this panning out. But if I understand correctly, we're basically talking about, if done as proposed, basically 6 meetings. So it would be 4 in the quadrants, 1 dedicated to the students and then 1 dedicated to staff. It would be two-way. It would talk about the visions and the values of the community, the goals and the guardrails, updates, that the details will definitely be fleshed out, doesn't need to be talked about here. And you are requesting that at least 4, I figure at least 5, like,
I was gonna say 5.
like, yeah, I think 5. I think it should be ideally the majority of us, because ideally it would be all of us. Because that is one of the things that we've heard from the community is we have individual meetings where people have the opportunity to engage with their district member or their district interest, but there hasn't necessarily been a place to engage with all of us. So again, so I would push for 5 at minimum. I love the accessibility in terms of making it sure that it's accessible via public transportation, the childcare. So we want to eliminate the barriers for anyone to participate. So I love that too, but I probably shouldn't have spoke first. Apologies. Let me yield the mic to my colleagues. Questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I think the only comment that I have is I would want to make sure that we make a genuine effort to reach out to different stakeholders. I think we have a lot of engagement from really strong communities and networks, but I think we could do a better job in this process and maybe find some partners that would help us with that to ensure that all of the voices are at the table.
I love that. This should feel different. It should feel different. It should feel like it was a party that you were personally invited to and not something that you heard about on the streets, right?
I'll just say I 100% agree, and I'll provide some more feedback that I've been thinking about.
No, you're fine. I was just highlighting some things. Oh, thank you. On the thing, the two-way communication is perfect because a lot of times when people come to a board meeting, it's only one-way communication. They speak and then we listen, but this gives us the opportunity to really get more granular in the conversation around what our community, our city, and our stakeholders are feeling, wanting, needing, whatever it might be, feedback, and just have a conversation and work through a lot of whatever it might be, right? The other thing that I did look at, I do want to commend you on the public transportation. I believe working with MARTA or whoever to make sure that there is some accessibility around the times that we do have this meeting and making it, not telling them to make us a top priority, but making it a priority to ensure that there's some streamlined transportation, even, considering I know this sound maybe so in 1980s, but carpooling. Yeah, I was like, I'm just thinking like, or have like buses available, and not our buses available. And I'm not trying to tell administration to get buses, but I'm just saying like, I'm thinking about carpooling ways that, if parents can meet at the school, we can take them wherever we holding these meetings are. I don't know where, but if we, designate a place in the district. So let's say we're in Northwest, we have a place in Northwest, we pick them up and take them, you have the daycare, you have all that. So basically, like you said, removing the barriers to ensure that we have those parents' engagement. Also, and this is something I always think about when I used to hold my community meetings in the library. I would have to go advertise, of course, at the library, but also at the YMCA, at the rec centers, other library sites to make sure they were notified about the meeting. Also went to like daycares as well, and I'm trying to think of where else I hit, in churches. Oh gosh, yes, I went to churches. So I would drop off, like if they had District 5 meeting, I would print a whole bunch of these papers out and I would just go drop them off just to make sure that I would just hit in certain areas that community do go to on a regular, and that they would see it and hopefully they'll pick it up and they would come, and some of them did, and I thought that was successful. But then we could also utilize our partnerships that we have with WABE to really promote and push this engagement within their network of people. We can also ask the city of Atlanta to post it on their channel, whatever channel it is, and also the county commissioner they have an outlet, because this is more like a public service announcement, and so we can take this to promote it through a kind of a PSA. To help push that engagement as well. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up was, and this just came top of mind, I don't know, how y'all feel about it. With breakfast with the board, that's a great engagement, but I also thought, like, could we do it twice a school year? So you have like the beginning of the school year before Christmas, and then you have after we start come back in January, in between April. And the reason I say this is because you'll have different experiences, different times of the year based on how they're progressing through the school year. And I thought maybe I can just put that out there. I don't know if that's something that is feasible. Do we have the capacity to even do it around planning, around timing, and, I don't know. So I just throwing that idea out there. And then the other part with, I love the part about the educators, administrators, and district-wide staff, because it's very important for them to know exactly what we're doing and understanding our governance structure. And I think a lot of times people don't understand well, first of all, what we do as a board member, because I would tell you, before I became board member, I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing until I got into this role, and then it was totally different from what my perspective was prior to becoming a board member, and letting them know exactly what it is that we do, why is it so important, and how they can play a role in the work that we do, because they do it every day, but just in understanding the work from a governance level. So that's all I have to say. And I know that there's a leadership conference that APS does right before the school year kickoff. And I'm just put that as a note. Maybe that's an opportunity to engage with staff. So I don't have anything else to say. I'm done.
So we have gone all the way into the weeds on this. I'm going to bring us back up to an aerial level, because the general idea, it sounds like that we are aligned with. The how is the next steps. It's, to me, what I'm hearing, it sounds like a very intentional communication plan will need to be developed around this, but not necessarily live within the policy. I love, but definitely the addition of the staff and the student voice. This is not the policy committee, so we're not going to wordsmith and get into, again, back into the weeds of this. But it does sound like we need to update our community engagement policy to include these thoughts and ideas. So, looking at Madam General Counsel, what would we need to hand over to policy to say, okay, this is something that the Board Development Committee is aligned with, this is something that we believe needs to be done, we want to update the community engagement policy to include these thoughts and ideas. What do we need to do to hand that over to them and get this work done?
So I would suggest, if Board Member Howard already has these thoughts sort of captured in a written document, passing that over to the policy committee so they can put it on their agenda for refinement. And Board Member Howard, since you're the brain trust on this, certainly I would imagine that they would welcome your involvement and input in that process through the policy committee process.
So is there a formal vote or anything that needs to happen with us to move it to that space, or we just need general consensus? And
Just consensus is fine to move it on.
do we have general consensus that this is something that we believe in and want to support and push to policy?
Yes.
Yes.
Even though we didn't have to vote, we all said yes. So that's great. That's great. Good work. Good work. I'm excited, like, to see what this could be, because, like, we all agree that it should look and feel different, and based on the conversations that we've had here, it will. Like, could you imagine, a bus to pick up the parents to bring you to the meeting? Like, how cool would that be? That would be super cool. And I'm gonna throw in there, let's feed them too.
Yeah,
So
well,
maybe we can get a partner to jump in on this to feed and transport and entertain our children while our parents are engaged. And better yet, like, the kids can also have their own little session where we pull out, their experiences as well. So
Yeah,
exciting, yay, good work.
Is it okay, Loretta, real quickly, if I'm going to incorporate some of the feedback y'all
Yes,
get today,
please.
and I will send it back to you, because that was great feedback. I do want to mention, in terms of like making sure it has the right partners, the right connection to the community, I actually did put in here that the board members in those quadrants would be involved in the development of the meeting, like helping select the location and the partners involved. I think that's important to say, that because you all know your communities best in those quadrants. But yeah, I will send this back to y'all after I make some additional edits, and I'm excited about it going to policy committee. So thank you so much for the
Excellent.
opportunity. Appreciate
Excellent.
y'all.
Speaking of the policy committee, we're going to keep them busy, because we want to codify the board development committee. Like, we want to make ourselves official. So when folks are asking how many committees does Atlanta Board of Education have, there is no confusion about what the real answer is, right? Because we are certainly official, but we need to make us official on paper. So at the last meeting held on March 21st, 2024, the committee was presented with recommended language for the board development policy. We are soliciting feedback regarding a clear, defined purpose of the committee to share language with the Policy Review Committee for review and approval by the board. Y'all have in front of you, committee members, two documents for board development policy. In essence, when I look at them, they're saying the same thing different ways, right? Just using slightly different words. The order may be different, but the general idea is one that we are an official committee dedicated to the professional growth among board members, and that there are some primary responsibilities that exist within this committee. One is managing the student outcomes focus process, so the Council of Great Cities Student Outcomes Focus Governance Framework. The thinking is that this committee would help lead, guide, and hold accountable that work. The other is continuing education, so just making sure that our colleagues are aware of what education opportunities are out there and holding them accountable for reaching their training hours and doing it within budget. And also the development and evaluation of board governance. So the processes, procedures, and protocols for effective board governance. So I was reading off of both documents when I gave that update because I believe both of these have good nuggets and good value. As y'all know, words aren't necessarily my friend as much as numbers are. So when it comes to wordsmithing and legalese, I would love to leave that again to the work of the policy committee, but I want to make sure that the general idea and theme is captured in whatever it is that we hand over to them. So are there any questions, comments, preferences, or additions in terms of how the board development committee guides the work of the board?
So I do have a suggestion for an addition. I think that as we're looking at bringing, as we're looking at bringing the softy work into this kind of committee space, I would also love for us to consider bringing in some strategic planning for the board itself, in terms of like how are the policies that we are suggesting, how are the budget recommendations and questions aligning with our soft G goals, and how can we be a little more strategic in making sure that, you know, across the board in all of our work, we are all leaning in those specific ways, even down to like when we're asking for board presentations during our meeting. Like, can we work towards, let this committee be the one that spearheads the work towards us all leaning in those 4 areas with our governance roles.
May I suggest that engagement be a part of that strategic planning as well, in terms of how strategically, intentionally are we engaging our community so they're aligned with, so we are aligned with their visions and values and they're aligned with the things that we've put in place for accountability. I love that addition.
Yeah, thanks.
Same here, I just wrote it down, district. Same here, I just wrote down district strategic plan engagement under there as well. Yeah, we leave it up to the policy committee to merge the docs. One thing I don't know was left out is, what was it? No, it wasn't. I think that's it, yeah, no, I see it right here. Nope, I'm good.
So if we feel with the addition of a number 4, strategic planning, assuming that aligns within, I mean, we all feel like it aligns. It's between these 2 documents, I believe that the idea is captured. I'm thinking before this gets moved on to policy, it should be reviewed by our coach and maybe get some feedback from her in regards to what might be missing or what we might want to include before passing this on.
Since it does specifically invoke SOFG, I think that's a good idea. And am I understanding correctly that it is the version that was drafted by Board Chair Mitchell that y'all will be working off of as your working draft?
We have we have another one. Again, it says basically the same thing in a different way. So I would like for them to just merge it and use their expertise in pulling out what needs to be stated.
Sure, there are a few meaningful differences.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, for instance, who appoints the chair
Oh,
of the
yes.
committee?
Yes.
External advisors.
that needs to be
kind of thing.
added,
So
yeah.
you'll want to make sure that that's in alignment.
So in terms of what we did this go around, the Chair Mitchell appointed the committee chair. Right now, I believe Audit Committee is the only committee that elects its own, that self-appoints. Personal opinion, I'm okay with the chair making the recommendation. Jessica and Erica, preferences?
Well, when I first wrote it, I wrote it for the Board Development Committee to appoint its own chair. That was the intent that, you know, who wanted to serve on here and gave, you know, authority to the committee to self-elect their chair. But since we were developing the policy for this. Now, the guidance I received that the board chair needs to appoint. I'm okay with the committee appointing, doesn't have to be the board chair.
I am a fan of the board chair making the recommendation because this committee is going to be driving a lot of the work of the board. I feel like the board chair should make the recommendation. That's just my personal opinion. I am open to either way.
And then it comes back to who wants to do the work, should be the board chair. I mean, the committee chair as well. I don't know. I mean, I'm free with both because we've right now we have had the board chair elect the chair. So, I mean, if we want to continue that, that's fine. If we look at the board, not the board, but the committee electing this chair, I'm fine with that. Either way it goes, I'm good. It's depending on what the majority wants.
Board Member Johnson?
I mean, I would love for the committee to identify outside individuals that we think could really help us push the work forward.
So that moved on to, so you're okay with the either person appointing the chair? Do you have a comment on that?
Well, I would prefer for the committee chair to do it.
No, who would appoint the committee chair? Would it be the committee that votes, or do you want the board
the
chair
committee.
to do it?
The committee.
Okay, so that sounds like there's 2 for committee vote, and I'm cool with that. So we can keep that there. And then the other thing, I love the idea of community member participation. I believe Jessica said she loved that as well. And I also believe that in our governance, our soft G governance, that it is recommended that there be community people involved. Is that soft G or was that a GSBA thing?
That was a GSBA.
I mean, I think it makes sense to have community participation.
And could I recommend that the language allow the committee to have community advisors rather than require?
Okay.
It gives you maximum flexibility.
Okay, so if we can make that update and bold it so they know that that's something that we are. So I believe we addressed the 2 major differences, which is who would elect the chair and will there be community involvement?
Yeah, and there was just one more minor one in the shorter version. It says that one of the purposes of the Board Development Committee is going to be to evaluating board members. I assume that goes to the self-evaluation that the board does as a whole.
Yes.
I just want to make that clear because I wouldn't want any board member thinking that
They're
this
getting
group of people
evaluated?
are getting an EPAT at the end of the year. Yeah.
Yes, that would be in terms of the self-evaluation, actually reviewing it and holding ourselves accountable for what we're doing and not doing. All right, sounds like we're good. Jessica, I'm moving along. I'm gonna get you out of here. You don't have to be sorry. We all got time commitments. Okay. So, were there any other questions or discussions around this for the policy? We might be official shortly. Okay, so next steps. We've kind of discussed them throughout the meeting. Pierre, do you have any questions in regards to our marching orders in terms of next steps?
No. So, well, I do. I'm sorry. So, for the policy piece, are we bringing this back to this committee as revised, or are we sending it over with the recommendation to the policy review committee?
We want to update it with what we've talked about
Okay.
and share it with Ashley. And then maybe, do we invite Ashley to our next meeting if and to give feedback?
That is up to you.
So we can do that. If it's simple feedback and she can do it in writing, then we can discuss it. And then the plan would be to move it on after our next meeting.
And then which version would you like to use as the base of just updating?
I think the one, just my opinion, the one drafted by Board Chair Mitchell
Okay.
probably has more meat, and you
Okay.
can pull the other sections.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Board Chair Mitchell, for your work on this. We're going to bring it home. We're going to bring it home.
And then for just going back to the top as a next step, we will add dates that we have because some of these conferences are still pushing out, but at least for 24, 25. And then board members will get me additional dates just to make sure that everything is all included. And Chair Mitchell will reach out to, or send an encouraging message to board members to follow up around the ABC training at Harvard. I've already sent the message over to the superintendent's team just to see if she's available to attend that. So, yeah, I think we're good to go.
And there was one other thing. I believe
Oh, the
Katie was
policy.
going to update,
Yes.
make the updates, send it to us to look at, and then,
We'll have one more look over, and then
Yep.
you guys will send it over.
sweet. Okay. So, and now let's proceed with public comment. Mr. Gaither, do we have any stakeholders who signed up for public comment?
No, Madam Chair, no public comment.
Oh, we lost our only audience member. Guess she didn't have any comments. Okay. Well, if there's no public comment, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
That has more conviction. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the April 18th Budget Commission meeting. I'm Katie Howard, the chair. I'm joined by my colleagues, and Retta's coming right back, so I will wait a second to call roll. I want to thank everyone for being here today. This is more of a discussion format. I'm looking forward to it, and thank everyone in the audience as well. It's great to have you all here, stakeholders. So, Pierre, what else? I guess I have to wait for Retta to get back to, or can we go ahead?
You have a quorum, so we can
Great.
get
All
started.
right, well then, let's go ahead and just call roll
Okay.
as we are.
All right, awesome. Representing Educational District 1 and Chair of this committee, Katie Howard.
Present,
Representing Educational District 2, Ms. Loretta Balden.
on her way back.
Oh, yes. Representing Educational District at Large Seat 9, Ms. Jessica Johnson.
Present.
I also want to acknowledge our board chairs present, Ms. Erica Mitchell. We do have our District 3 representative, Dr. Ken Zelf. Of course, our superintendent, Dr. Battle, our general counsel, and our CFO, Lisa Brecken. And we have a host of other individuals at this meeting today. With that being said, Madam Chair, you do have a quorum.
Great, thank you. All right, with that being taken care of, approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Great, we have approval of the agenda. Now we need to approve the minutes from our March 21st meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the March 21st Budget Commission meeting?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. All right, so moving right along to the meat of the meeting, we will hear from CFO Dr. Bracken. If you are ready, we will go ahead with the presentation.
Sure thing. All right. So we do have, I don't know, can you hear me? So we, no. So we, oh, is that better? Okay, so we do have 3 topics today that we are going to discuss, and the clicker is also not working. So we're going to start today with an overview of our special revenue account. So this is federal funds primarily, but we'll also be discussing some of our other grants that are going to be a piece of the budget. So when you do adopt the tentative budget in May, you will be adopting not only the general fund, but also special revenue, SPLOST, school nutrition, and our student activity account. So we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to discuss all of those other pieces of the budget as well. And we'll be handing off to the experts of those areas to present those budgets. Then we will close out with an in-depth discussion of the general fund process, the FY 2025 budget process so far this year. We do have a balanced budget to discuss today, and this will be the budget with minor adjustments that we'll be bringing for tentative adoption. And then we do have an opportunity in May at that Budget Commission meeting to discuss any changes that may occur between tentative and final. And so we will start that conversation, but we'll also use today to tee up some conversations around long-term planning and multi-year planning as well. So with that, I will hand off to our first presenter for special revenue, which is Lindsay.
All right. Well, good afternoon, members of the board. I am Lindsay Evans, the Executive Director of Federal Programs, and I am here to just provide you guys with the 25, thank you, projected budget for federal funds. I will start with Title I. The purpose and the scope, I will provide a quick overview of it, is to support educators in improving the academic achievement of students who are economically and educationally disadvantaged. The funds are utilized to provide evidence-based supplemental programs, services, and activities to address the needs of academically at-risk students, professional development for instructional staff, and parent and family engagement activities. I will just highlight some of the allowable use of funds and really what aligns to our budgets. We utilize the funds for materials and supplies, as well as professional development for our instructional leaders. We also have a component of the family engagement, both at the district and at the school level. And then also we utilize our funds for the salaries of teachers and paraprofessionals. So with Title I funds, as well as the other funds, we do anticipate the funding to remain flat. It is based on the funding from the previous years. We will continue, as far as our strategies for 25, we will continue to consolidate our Title I Part A funds with state and local. This allows for schools, our traditional schools, to have additional flexibility at the school level. And then we are also pushing in Title IV Part A funds, which will be transferred to Title I to support the increased school-based allocation. Are we changing anything for this upcoming year? We have increased our Title I per pupil allocation. And then we are also excited about using our funds differently. We are providing additional funds to the homeless set-aside, our Title I homeless set-aside. We were purchasing additional positions. We are doing transportation as well as administrative support. In addition, we are purchasing attendance intervention for platform for the upcoming year. I am going to move on to title.
Before we move on from
Okay.
Title I, I just wanted to lift up that there was a question around the effectiveness and how we determine the effectiveness of spending of the Title I and federal fund dollars. We do have a data strategist on our team that is constantly reviewing different initiatives. And if you want to speak to any of just the work that Emily does for us and some of her recommendations and how that informs how we decide to make changes to Title I allocations on an annual basis.
I sure can. So Emily came to us in 2021. She was actually a fellow, and she did her capstone project with federal funds and kind of the impact of that. Based on that kind of set the groundwork for us to do a better dive or a deeper dive into the effectiveness measures. We're very excited to have Emily, and this past year she was able to really jump in and look at our program evaluation across all of our federal funds. With that being said, that's how we decided or came up with the idea of reallocating our Title IV funds to Title I to help increase the Title I school-based allocation. We felt like that would be a better use of funds.
Thank you for that, and thank you for helping us pause there. I do want to allow opportunity for questions during the presentation. I know it's fairly long, and I know we need to get through sections of it, but seeing that we've already talked a little bit about the Title IV dollars with the Title I, and I know you need to keep going through, but are there any questions right now? Anybody? Okay. Yeah, okay. Erica?
Good afternoon. So pardon me, I'm just getting my packet and just going through as you are going through the presentation. I think two questions that I do have.
Okay.
You increased Title I funding per pupil allocation. Do you have an amount what the per pupil is?
Yes.
Okay.
So we do rank order with our Title I schools. So the schools with the highest level of poverty, which is 100%, would receive, they're receiving $900 per pupil.
Okay.
As compared to last year, I think it was around the $700 mark.
Okay.
And then our lowest Title I school would receive an allocation of $600 per pupil.
Per pupil.
Yes.
So that's the increase. 100% Title I will have an increase of $900.
That will be the per pupil allocation
Per
is
pupil allocation,
$900. In the past, it was around $770.
Okay. Okay, and then the other question is, right under that, you mentioned additional transportation and administrative support for our homeless population,
Yes.
also attendance intervention. You did say there were creation of additional positions. How many positions were created around that, and how many positions and what are the positions?
Yeah, there are going to be 2 positions, and it is one in transportation, so it's going to help with scheduling the transportation of our homeless population, and then the other position will support student support or the homeless liaison as well as the foster care liaison directly.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I'm excited about that because it's
Yes.
really a result of you all's board meeting earlier in the year. So.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for those questions, Erica. Any others right now? All right, we'll go through the rest of the title and then we'll pause one more time. That's okay?
Okay, so I am done with Title I. I'm going to go on to Title II. Okay, so our Title II is to improve the quality and effective use of teachers and instructional leaders by providing professional opportunities, pathways, as well as utilizing funds to retain highly effective teachers and leaders. The allowable use of funds, I would like to highlight, it's really all of these. So with our district, we currently provide training and staff development. We provide professional learning both throughout the year as well as the summer. And we also have created pathways, and we do retention, or not retention, but we do hiring incentives for our certain teachers. And right now, we have highlighted the CTAE and special ed. So that's a hiring incentive that we have put in place for the past several years. I am going to move on to the next. So like Title I, we do anticipate to remain fairly flat or stable, and we have built our budget based on this current year allocation. Our strategies for this upcoming year is to increase targeted teacher development on content, pedagogy, and student supports and interventions, as just making sure that we are retaining effective teachers and leaders. There are no significant changes at this time to the budget, and our budget remains pretty consistent with the FY24 funding, and that's really because Title II supports professional learning, retention of effective employees. Any questions regarding Title II?
I say we keep moving on to Title IV.
Okay.
And then we can ask additional questions if we have any, but thank you.
Yes. All right, Title IV. The purpose of Title IV is to provide all students with access to a well-rounded education, improve school conditions for student learning, and improve effective use of technology in the classroom. The allowable use of funds that I would like to highlight, because this is really what we're leveraging our funds for next year, is the safe and healthy schools. So it's relating to activities, creating a safe and supportive learning environment for students. This allocation is going to remain consistent, and our strategies for this year are providing funding for district-wide programming, including the Cultural Experience Project, which are student field trips, multi-tiered system of supports, and summer school academic enrichment programs. A portion of Title IV Part A funds will be transferred to Title I to increase the school-based allocation. We are no longer consolidating Title IV because we feel like the middle school behavior and summer bridge initiatives have proven to be ineffective. So we have reallocated those funds. Are we using the funds differently? We are purchasing the attendance intervention, and we are actually braiding these funds with Title I. So what we will do is we will pay for the Title I schools out of Title I, and then the non-title schools will be out of Title IV. So it's just a way for us just to leverage our federal funds and maximize the dollars. We're also adding additional multi-tiered system of support positions.
I do, and I asked the question about not doing the middle school behavior support and understanding that those funds can shift. How is the district providing support to our schools around things that, we have seen have an impact, because we know this is an area of great need, behavioral supports for students in middle school level? Do you all have any idea, what that will look like going forward? Do appreciate that this was evaluated and determined that it's not been working best, but how are we going to make sure we have something that is?
As far as funding, us reallocating it to Title I still allows schools, if they have found the middle school behavior initiative or bridge effective, they still have the Fund 150 funds to still support those initiatives. As far as federal funding, we also are really honing in on making sure that these funds are being utilized to best support the students' needs at that particular school. So with this initiative, it was pretty restrictive. The funds either had to be used for the middle school initiative or for the summer bridge. Now that it's being leveraged in Title I, schools have the flexibility to utilize those funds.
And how will we be measuring and monitoring the impact of the funds that schools will have, and some autonomy, which makes sense, but to make sure that it's having an impact in this area?
So we will do an annual program evaluation. That's what our data strategist will do at the district level, and then she will also hone in on some data at the school level. We also, I have specialists, and each of them perform monitoring reviews twice a year. And that allows us to make sure that they are truly aligning their consolidated funds to their continuous improvement plan, as well as their strategic plans. So that's something that we do twice a year, and it's in collaboration with the continuous improvement team, as well as school turnaround.
Great, that's really helpful, because I'm actually thinking about our goal around profile of the graduate and making sure our students have life skills, and this definitely ties into that work. So looking forward to hearing data on that, and I know questions around me. Jessica?
And thank you. To follow up to Board Member Howard's question, is that same kind of level of and frequency of monitoring happening with the third-party contractors that you mentioned, I guess, probably under the Title I bucket?
So we currently really do not have any third-party vendors. That was just an allowable use of funds.
Okay.
Yes, so currently we do not have that.
Okay.
But if that was the case, we would be monitoring them.
That's helpful. And so I would love a little more context, maybe just around like the summer bridge piece and just why it was ineffective. And I understand that schools can use the funds if they should choose to, but are we offering any additional resources to replace that kind of critical juncture?
So the Title IV funds that were allocated, and they were actually consolidated into traditional schools as well as non-traditional schools budgets, they will be able to leverage the consolidated funds to still support this, if this is something that they found effective. But based on our program evaluation, and I can provide you guys with a summary of our report if you guys would like it. Yeah, I was going to say it's pretty detailed with the data, and it shows that a lot of our non-traditional schools did not spend the money, and that was pretty consistent. So that was our charter partner schools. Yeah.
Thank you, Jessica. Aretta?
There's definitely an appetite for summer bridge program, because the statement I heard was it was ineffective, not necessarily everywhere, but it was ineffective. But I believe that there is some effectiveness there. So within that report, does it identify anyone who did do it effectively?
Yes.
And are there learnings that can be applied in terms of how can you turn something that is perceived as ineffective to actually be effective because that is a critical program. It is a critical transition. And there is a belief that it's important. So I definitely have an appetite for the details around that.
Okay.
In terms of how does it become more effective. So if those dollars are going, again, directly to the school and they have the autonomy to do what's going to be most impactful to their school, I want to make sure that they're armed with some research-based success.
Yes, I definitely can. I have been in contact with the director of after school, and he actually supports this initiative. It has, so it's something that we have been talking about, and I will definitely share this information with him as well as the schools.
So the takeaway from me shouldn't be that bridge is going away, but it's going to be, they're going to be giving the dollars to make that transition more impactful locally. Is that correct?
Yes, it
Okay.
is. It's not necessarily the ineffectiveness of the program, it was the ineffectiveness use of the funds.
Okay.
Yes, yes. So thank you for that.
And I'll just kind of reiterate what Lindsay was saying around when it was if it is a district-led initiative and we're earmarking the funds for that purpose and schools aren't using them, that is a waste of those funds. And so by redistributing the same funds back out to schools where schools were leveraging those funds for that purpose successfully, you shouldn't feel a change. But the schools that were not using them to begin with now can apply them to things that they are finding effective in their schools. And so it's a better usage of the dollars overall without us saying you can't do that program. So.
And on that, I know Ken has a question, but real quickly on this piece, really like Loretta's saying, digging into what was not working and what is, so we can maybe even, because we're hearing a lot of feedback of middle schoolers needing this provided way in advance of the bridge, like getting ready for high school, like in 6th grade. So how we're really leaning in that way. But yeah, I mean, that requires us to do an analysis of what has not been done properly. That's not to say, as y'all are saying, it's needed, but we need to do it differently or make sure there's fidelity around its implementation, because we definitely don't want to waste any federal dollars in the space where we have needs. Sorry, Ken?
Yeah, thanks for that. And kind of picking up on that, across all our federal funds, are there any corrective actions? Are we in compliance? Is there any issues that the feds have raised that we need to be concerned about as we head into the budget for next year?
Not at this point. We're actually going to participate in a cross-functional monitoring in the upcoming weeks. So at that time, I will let you know.
And building up that, are there any dollars, and I think Dr. Bracken mentioned this a little bit, are there any dollars that we're at risk of returning back to the feds because we have unspent them and have missed the deadline has lapsed?
So not underneath my tutelage, but I just started this year. So I am a true advocate of spending all of our funds, and I will figure out a way. So currently, no, we're on track to expend our funds.
Across all our federal funds?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I will just remind us that we actually do leverage the federal calendar for our funds. So you'll see some funding here. We're about to cover ESSER that we are earmarking for next year because it will be spent in this fiscal year, but the federal fiscal year, which ends September 30th. So we will spend all of the dollars that might not be June 30th for our fiscal year, but it will be in the compliance of the grant, which is September 30th.
Great, thank you. Moving along. Yes, Esther.
ESSER. So ESSER, we are in our final year of ESSER, and the purpose of ESSER was to provide all students with prevention and protection during the pandemic time. We wanted to make sure that schools are kept safe and funds were used to address any disruptions to learning as a result of the pandemic. An overview of the allowable activities, and I'm just kind of highlighting the ones that we can currently align our funds to, is we have done a really good job of purchasing supplies to sanitize and clean facilities throughout the years. We have purchased educational technology. We have provided mental health services and supports, as well as implemented summer learning that was previously funded last year with ESSER 3. This year, we will be leveraging Title I as well as general funds. And then also just helping with school facility repairs and improvements. Okay. So the ESSER decreased annually based on the actual spend. And as I previously stated, we are in the final year of the grant. It sunsets September 30th, and we are on track to expend 100% of our funds. This budget was created because with federal funds, it's a 15-month cycle, and we do need to have an operating budget for the first 3 months. So that would be July through September. The purpose of this is to close out any expenditures that we currently have on the books, as well as just submit final reimbursements for our charter partner schools or close out on any facility or operations. So that's how we created the budget. And that is it for me as far as ESSER.
I say keep moving. We have any other questions? You have a question, Jessica?
Yeah,
Yes.
Just want to clarify, and I know we asked maybe a month ago, are we on track to spend down the remainder of those funds, I guess, by September at this juncture?
We are. We've been very intentional with making sure that we are keeping our eye on the pulse. We swept any additional funds at the school level as far as like non-personnel and travel, so we could leverage them at the district level to ensure that we are not giving back any money.
And we have a long wish list
We do.
that we are constantly booking against as needs arise if we do see that there's any areas where we've budgeted and have an underspend. And so that can help free up some of the general fund dollars.
Yep.
And I had asked some questions just about, things we are keeping that we had paid for with ESSER funds, and I appreciate the answer I got. And one of them was around AVA and filling the gap for 10 teacher vacancies and continuing that level of support for schools and in-person learning. So I know you all have already done a lot of work in shifting, so thank you.
So I think that's the last slide for Lindsay.
It is.
Any other questions? And then we'll hand off.
Thank you, Lindsay.
All right, thank you.
Moving to preschool, federal preschool.
Good afternoon, board and our superintendent. My name is Emondia Ford, and thank you. And I serve as Executive Director of Special Education here for the best school district in the metro area. I'm going to review several budgets with you today, beginning with federal preschool, which is 2404, also our state preschool, our special education parent mentor, IDEA flow-through, as well as IDEA disproportionality. So I'll be reviewing a total of 5 budgets. Our preschool budget, the purpose of it is for us to educate our students and to conduct child find activities for students preschool age children 2.5 to 5 years old. Primarily, this budget funds salaries for paraprofessionals, provides instructional supplies, professional technical services for teachers, testing material, office supplies, and federal indirect costs. The scope in general is what I just described, is that we want to be able to educate our students and provide high-quality programming for positive outcomes for preschool children in the area of early language and literacy, as well as social, emotional, and adaptive. Allowable usage of these funds are for child find, as mentioned previously, salaries, community awareness, instructional materials, and proportionate share. We are projecting approximately a 4% increase, and this is due to carryover funds. These carryover funds are there because we are in the process of increasing the proportionate share activities that we provide and support we provide to our private school and homeschool students. So we did not use that entire amount. We have more efforts for reaching out, communicating with them, and locating these children to see what services and supports are needed so that we can anticipate utilizing these funds in the upcoming school year. The next budget is our state preschool, which is 2561. And let me, what did I do with the clicker?
Oh, I've got it.
Oh,
I'm
Lisa.
advancing.
Oh,
Sorry.
thank you.
I snuck over there.
I appreciate that. All right. So these funds, again, are utilized very similar to the previous budget, and that is for the child find for ages 2.5 through 5 years old. And we utilize this funding to ensure that preschool age children are afforded the opportunity to receive services in their least restrictive environment, as well as addressing quality programming for them for outcomes in early language literacy, social emotion, and adaptive. We utilize these again for the child find activities, teachers, parents, community awareness, and instruction for students. Okay. We do not anticipate any significant changes. The 7.5 increase that appears here is strictly due to the increase in salaries and benefits. 2512 is our special education parent mentor. We are provided with a portion of the salary to be able to provide part-time parent mentors, and we subsidize the amount so that we can have two. So we have actually two parent mentors who are part-time that support our district, and these individuals provide support to our parents and helping to educate them on IDEA, help to find community resources. They work collaboratively with the Title I parent liaisons in the building, and so we're very excited to have two finally on board. We've worked very diligently for many years to try to recruit and retain two, but we've only had one great one who retired, and now we have two phenomenal ladies who support the parents in our district. Okay. All right. Our IDEA flow-through budget. We always anticipate this budget being flat, and so we plan in accordance. The use of this funding is primarily for positions. We have approximately 45 teachers, 44 paras, 29 bus monitors, a director, 3 coordinators, 2 data specialists, and we use the remaining amount that we have to subsidize for the parent mentors. We also utilize this to fund it, as well as an assistant and therapist and a student success coach. So this fund is primarily utilized to educate students with disabilities, and we utilize it for salaries. Okay. As stated previously, we always anticipate that it remains flat. However, we do know that it could go up or down. It could be increased or decreased. And there are no changes for this budget for the upcoming year. Budget 2728 is also an IDEA budget, but it is utilized for disproportionality purposes. And the primary usage of this is 15% of our IDEA funds, and that's to mitigate disproportionate practices. Right now, we are primarily focusing on over-identification of students with disabilities, as well as the disproportionate or discrepancy around the over-suspension of students with disabilities. So we have utilized this funding to employ for the upcoming year 9 disproportionality specialists, 5 inclusive practices specialists, as well as 1 coordinator. And these individuals, again, will help to support schools in mitigating those disproportionate practices. This budget is decreasing, and it is due to a reduction in the carryover funds. And so we have had a slight reduction in positions on this budget for the upcoming year. However, there are no additional changes. We had a reduction due to the decrease in our carryover.
I'll pause real quickly. Is that impacting these services?
Well, it is. At this time, we are actually reviewing the effectiveness of the services that are being provided, and we are redefining how the student support disproportionality specialists are supporting the schools. Their work is primarily around behavior, by serving as check and connect mentors, as well as supporting the MTSS process. So for the last several years, they have really been supporting Tier 2. And now we are going to look at them supporting more in Tiers 2 and Tiers 3 based on the school's needs. And so this is primarily based on what supports are needed around MTSS that may be causing the over-identification. So we did have to reduce the number of those student support disproportionality specialists. We'll have 9. This year there were 15 or 16. We were not able to fill all of those positions. There were a few vacancies. So we had to abolish 6 positions. 4 of those were people, and we'll have 9 for the upcoming year.
How do we feel about having 9 versus 15?
I feel like we're going to be okay because one of the proposed changes that we're exploring is not having them support just one school. So initially, in the original plan several years ago when we developed the plan, we had them supporting 2 schools depending on the size and the need, and then we pivoted and decided to just have them support 1 school. Well, for the upcoming year, we are exploring having them support 2 schools. So instead of there being 14 or 15 schools supported, we'll be looking at approximately 18 because we have 9 people, and all of those positions are filled.
And I know we could have a separate work session on this area alone, which we can one day. But in terms of equity and need, like how will that be evaluated as the year goes on, and like pivoting and adjusting based on if there's a higher disproportionality at a certain school or you're seeing that? I mean, are you going to have the people to be able to adjust?
Right, we will have the people to be able to adjust. We don't necessarily see with this MTSS process and addressing disproportionality significant change mid-year. So if we were to propose changes, we would like to be able to do them for the following school year. So we'll utilize the data that we have to assign those individuals to support. However, if there's no need and we need to pivot and place that person elsewhere, we have that flexibility.
Thank you. Any other questions in this area? Yeah, Aretta?
Hello, thank you so far for the information you provided. My first question is from slide 16, when you were talking about the SPED parent mentor. So you said 2 part-time. Does that equate to 1 full-time?
Instead of doing because part-time can work up to 30 hours a week, it was more beneficial for us to do 2 part-time people so that we could have them for more time. If we had 1 person, that would be a 40-hour week. 2 people, those are 30-hour weeks. So that gives us more time with those individuals.
And those are 2 people for the entire district?
Yes.
And before we had?
1. Many years ago,
Well,
we had
we'll say
2.
you had 40 hours before, but now you have up to 60 hours.
Yes. And previously, that person gave us probably way more than what she, was allowed to do. She really volunteered a lot of time, but that was also a 30-hour position and 1 person. And we had the allotment for an additional 1. However, we could not find anyone that was qualified that was willing to take the job. We posted it. We worked with DOE. We worked with some other parent groups to try to get it advertised, and we were not able to get anyone. We had people to come in and interview, but they did not meet the criteria. So we were finally able to get 2 people on board.
Okay, definitely curious about this, but I will not spend time in the Budget Commission digging deeper into this role, but glad to see it. My next question is on slide 8. Where is it? It's still preschool. Where's the preschool question? Okay, going back. Slide 12. You said something that I need a little bit more information on. You said private school and homeschool. So can you talk a little bit more about Atlanta Public Schools' responsibility to private school and homeschool students within this space?
Yes, we are required to offer private and homeschool students services through special education. And so historically, a lot of districts have just offered speech. If students required speech in those private settings, or if they were homeschooled and they required that service, we've been able to provide that to them. However, we've not been able to utilize the funding because every child does not require speech. So we have been reaching out, having meetings, sending letters. We are required to have child find activities to try to figure out what other needs are the schools may have. So that could be professional learning for the teachers. That could be some additional services and supports to students. We are trying to customize those needs, and we're getting feedback from the private schools and homeschool providers to see how we can better support them in the upcoming year.
And that's up to this budget that's allocated? But we have not spent this entire budget in the past?
No, we've not spent the entire budget just for proportionate share. So there's
Okay.
a certain percentage that has to be spent based on the number of students that are identified in the private schools, and as well as a homeschool list that we pull from a state report. We are required to spend a certain amount of money. And so because that has really just been speech services, we've not been able to spend as much. So now we're trying to figure out what other ways we can support these providers and students in the private and homeschool communities.
And you did say that that does not include charter schools. That would be a different allocation?
No, it does not.
Okay. And let's see, I think that might be it for me for now. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. How much, and maybe this is a question for Dr. Bracken, how much encroachment on the general fund budget does special ed provide? How much pain, how much are we feeling that in the general fund budget?
So general fund also picks up a significant amount of special education funding, but we do receive some state funding. We know that state's offset by a significant amount. But our overall special ed funding, I think it was 24. I'll have to pull up what that is, but it is a significant investment as well.
So I'm just trying, and so we're paying disproportionality. We're basically, just so I understand, and so folks watching understand, we pay that because we are over disciplining kids with IEPs? Is that why we have, is that the consequence?
Currently, we are not significantly disproportionate for over suspension. We were, and we exited that status. Currently, we are significantly disproportionate for over identification of students with disabilities.
So we're charged $2 million, we're setting aside $2 million because we're over identifying kids.
Correct.
And so that effectively comes out of the general fund. I know we're doing I know we're doing an audit of special education services. Will this practice and this opportunity be part of that?
I have not been asked specific questions around disproportionality.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I do have numbers for us, and I was way off. I don't know what I was thinking. So for FY 2024, we actually invested about $95 million for special education in the general fund, and that is going up to about $101 million. So for the FY 2025 budget year, it's about a $5.7 million increase.
And tying that to this previous conversation, we are over-identifying kids for special ed, and then the bill comes for that in the form of encroachment on the general fund.
Around the identification, I'd have to get a little bit more information on that, but we do see that increase over the way that we see it, or the way that, I catch that, I don't know if it's encroachment, but that increase over time. We talked a little bit about this when we were talking about EIP and gifted, that sniff test we do around our local supplement to the state, and just making sure that we're supplementing fairly or equitably across all of our programs. And we do see the investments that we're making from our local dollars really increasing proportionately over the years, as compared to what was our local investment as compared to QBE previously. So that has been a growing increase over time.
Jessica?
Thank you. And so I am glad to hear that we're no longer on the list for discipline, because I think over-identification or for discipline measures, but I see here on slide 21 that you were, your strategy for FY25 is to provide more preventive measures for discipline. And so just curious, as you're talking about individuals kind of taking on two schools now, how, are there other resources that we could pull from to make sure that we're able to really address that effectively with the preventive measures? Because I think that's another area that we're hearing a lot from families.
Right. So one point of clarity is that in order to be significantly disproportionate, you have to be disproportionate for 3 consecutive years. So although we've exited the discipline status for significant disproportionality, we are still discrepant. There is still some disparities in over suspension of students with disabilities, right? With that, those supports that we provide through those student support disproportionality specialists are not the only discipline supports that are provided in the district. We also have behavior technicians, we have BCBAs, we have autism specialists, and that's both. We have general education support around behaviors as well as special education support. So, and that's by way of people, human resources, professional learning, and of course monitoring the data, because that kind of informs us on where the work is needed.
All right, so we keep moving into pre-K. Is that next? Yeah.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Battle, community at large. I am Joy Bradley, Director of our Early Learning Programs, and I will present today the budgets that support our pre-K programs, starting with the first pre-K lottery. This budget is funded through our Georgia Department of Early Care and Learning for all 57 pre-K classrooms. This is primarily used for the salaries and benefits for our pre-K lead and assistant teachers, as well as operations for our pre-K program. And other examples include classroom materials, field trips, recruitment, transition efforts, as well as nutrition. This budget for the upcoming school year will remain flat, and there will be one significant change as we will level our program and shift one of the 2 classrooms from Usher Collier Elementary to Mary Lynn Elementary. Again, I wanted to point out that funding is based on enrollment, teacher credentials, as well as the program type. The next budget presenting is through our HEAD partnership with Greater Atlanta's YMCA through the federal funding of the Office of Head Start. And the purpose of this grant is, of course, to provide comprehensive wraparound services for 19 pre-K sites within the district. These funds are primarily used for, a large percentage of it is used for salary and benefits for our family support specialists, as well as classroom operating expenses, and then the comprehensive services that's provided to our families. For next school year, this is projected to remain flat, and there will be no changes to our Head Start grant. Our United Way grant, provides for the efforts of our citywide collaboration that's referred to as PACT, and PACT stands for the Promise All Atlanta Children Thrive, which was established in 2018. And this grant is used for primarily school transition and the early learning efforts for families of children ages birth to 3, as identified by PACT. This includes, and funds are primarily used for our transition, kindergarten transition mini grants, our summer program, Kinder Camp, as well as birth to 3 initiatives that are part of this that are a part of this funding. And then a large portion of this is to include the salary of our early learning transition specialist. And again, this budget will remain flat, and there will be no changes to this grant. However, there are going to be some increase of initiatives throughout the city of Atlanta.
Okay. Thank you so much. So my question is on slide 23, and I'm just going to address the perception, and I would like you to add some facts and reality to this. Turn on my microphone. So I would like to address the perception of what I see on the screen, and I would like you to add some facts and reality to this. So looking at moving an Usher Collier class to Mary Lynn, the perception is we're moving it from an area of need to an area that may not have need. So the perception is wealth and resources may exist in this space and maybe not necessarily here. And Usher Collier is currently, I believe, doing pretty good. And so my question is, how is this going to impact the Usher Collier community, seeing this roster shift?
Thank you for asking that question. And so this was determined based on enrollment. And so we have two agencies that we have to remain compliant at Usher Collier. And so Usher Collier is funded by Georgia Pre-K as well as our Head Start program. And so currently we're under enrolled at 50%. And so to ensure that we're at capacity, we will have one classroom at Usher Collier to maintain the 20 students. And we found that there was a demand for a pre-K class at Mary Lynn. To serve that community, we address that concern.
So understanding that, also just want to add a point of view that some parts of town don't have a problem communicating what their needs are, and other parts of town do. And so is that unenrollment due to the fact that there is no need, or is it due to the fact of a lack of engagement and appreciation for the services?
Well, I would say it's twofold. So we have done an increase of recruitment efforts, but it's difficult to find the 4-year-olds in certain areas. And so what we're doing now is trying to leverage different activities for children in those communities where there's low enrollment. And so now we're working on a learning spaces program to serve the Usher Collier area for those that maybe 3 and don't have any access to high quality preschool. And so we'll have programs in place for those communities that are under enrolled or may not have access to high quality programs.
So it sounds like you're looking at using other resources for that engagement?
Yes.
And learning spaces is not a 5-day-a-week situation, right? It's
It
like a
is.
one-day pop-in type of scenario?
So we're looking at 2 days, starting out small, but if there is a demand, we will try to move at least to 3 to 5 days, even considering a Saturday program.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the lack of students and seats is not perceived as a lack of need.
And there's a need throughout our entire city.
Exactly.
Yes.
And we see it when kids show up for kindergarten and they're not prepared. That's just my push in this space, is the perception, again, is that we're moving from a place where we know their needs to a place where the perception isn't that there are a lot of needs.
Thank you for
There
sharing.
might be a lot of
that.
wants, but not necessarily a lot of needs.
Yes. Did I answer your question?
And yeah, and mine were along the same lines. It's good to see the increase in the number of students enrolled in pre-K, but I went through the pre-K ambassador training, which was awesome. Thank you, Gears, one of our great partners, Impact. And a lot of the feedback from people working in these spaces in early learning centers throughout the city, as you know, is one of the barriers is parents not being able to afford if there's not a free offering of aftercare. So how we're identifying as a district things that are keeping people from enrolling their children in pre-K. And you just shared that part of the funding is associated with the number of students. So that's potentially us not having as much money for pre-K, but how we're getting creative. And I absolutely hear you on creating a learning space to get people just to understand the importance of early education. But really want to hear more, and I know this is not the time and space, as to what we're doing as a district to increase our enrollment in early learning, because we all know it greatly impacts students learning or reading on grade level and learning by 3rd grade. So I did ask questions around our enrollment right now, and I see that we have openings at Miles, Peyton, and Usher Elementary. So do want to hear maybe, follow up from us or to us from this meeting, what we're doing right now to specifically get more students into those spaces. But appreciate all the work and the work with our partners, but know there's always more to do. Any other questions around pre-K? Anybody? And I'll forward this on to you all as well, because I asked about which locations have Head Start, and it's great that we have so many that do.
All right.
Both.
So that concludes our presentation from our special revenue. If you guys want to hang out, you can. Otherwise, run. So we will transition to our next big buckets, which is SPLOST, and then also our school nutrition. So I think SPLOST is up next. Do you want me to advance slides? Or okay. All right, so I'll hand it off to our facilities team.
All right, good afternoon, board members. I'm Dan Drake, Senior Executive Director of Facilities. Want to talk to you about the capital programs. We have SPLOST. There are actually 3 separate funds, SPLOST 4, SPLOST 5, and SPLOST 6. SPLOST we are very, very fortunate to have the SPLOST funds, which is the special purpose local option sales tax. It's a 1 cent sales tax on all retail purchase in DeKalb County and Fulton County, and Atlanta Public Schools gets their share. That means that visitors also contribute to the support of local schools. You'll see that we'll have SPLOST 12, which was the 1 penny sales tax that was collected over the 5-year period of July 2012 through June of 17. SPLOST 17 is the 5-year period of sales tax 1 penny collections collected from July 17 through June 2022. And then the current collections of SPLOST 2022, which is started in July 2022 and will continue through June of 27. The funds from each of these 3 SPLOST funds cannot be commingled with each other, which is why we're reporting them separately. The SPLOST funding can be used for capital expenditures, if that includes construction and renovation to instructional and administrative facilities, infrastructure, HVAC, athletic facilities. In addition to facilities, it can also be used for vehicle replacements and technology improvements. Again, all capital purchases in those. So the first one is Fund 354. So 354 is also referred to as SPLOST 4 or SPLOST 2012. We're finally ramping down. We have $1.39 million left. With the completion of the Bentine Elementary School, we will have by next year, we'll hopefully be down to 0 for SPLOST 4. Next one is Fund 355 or SPLOST 5 or SPLOST 17. We are in year 8 of this, where the first one was in 17. We have $64.9 million for capital construction, or actually for all of SPLOST. 32 of that will be used to finish out our capital construction, and another $32 million will be used for COPS payments for the North Atlanta High School. In fact, our first principal payment of $22 million will be paid out of SPLOST 17 of this coming fiscal year 25. It's our first capital expenditure. I'm sorry, it's our first principal payment. We've been paying interest over these years. The next one is SPLOST 356, and that's our current SPLOST, and you can tell this is a lot larger. We're talking $303 million of $301.9 that's shown on the screen. Does not include the $1.8 million of personnel expenditures. And so $278 of that will be for capital and construction, and then $23 million again for that same debt services for the COPS payment for the North Atlanta High School. That was that bond payment that COPS was taken out in 2012. This is FY25 will be our 3rd year of collections for SPLOST 2022. Of that 303, 164 million is from our beginning collections, and 140 million will be for new revenue collected over next fiscal year. Next slide. And then the last fund is Fund 300, which is a relatively new fund that was developed in FY 2023, because in prior years, the Georgia Department of Education reimbursements were going to SPLOST 17. This is now a separate fund, Fund 300, where all of the reimbursements that we get from the state for our capital funds are now funneled into Fund 300, which is being used for elevator modernizations, exterior painting, HVAC upgrades. You can see lots of facility improvements that we are able to do with these funds. Next slide. For next year, we will have a starting balance and available funds of $2.2 million. Again, used for those very similar items. And then that 2.2 million is our expected rollover from FY24. That concludes the 4 funds, the 3 SPLOST, and the 1 Fund 300 for capital.
Questions? Loretta would like to start, and then Kim.
Thank you very much. So I think I have 3 questions. One for the North Atlanta principal payment. After those 2 payments, what would be remaining in that?
I'm gonna have to get you the exact amount. The total principal payment is $72 million.
Right.
So this would be the first, the 22, then there'd be 2 $25 million payments that would be done in fiscal year 26 to 27. Okay. And then over those period, all of the principal payments are being paid out of SPLOST 2022. The first portion of it will be paid out of 17, and then the remaining portion of that of the principal payments will be out of 2022. So by the end of fiscal year 27, we will be done with that, and it will be fully paid out of by both SPLOST 17 and 2022.
And then time for renovations, right? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, and then, so my next question around Fund 300. So elevator modernizations, thank you, because it seems like we still have some schools with problems with elevators. Are we still waiting on parts?
Yes, elevators it is not a fun business to be in, working with elevators right now.
So is this modernization going to remove this challenge of waiting for these old parts because our elevators will be up to date? Like, Hollis still is having problems with an elevator. It's been more than 1 year, and that they've got to shuttle kids in a car to move floors. So is that going to help with this? The Hollis, some of these are being paid out of SPLOST, but some of these other ones that we don't have allocated funds will be able to. This will be a pot that will be able to use for elevator modernizations for schools like Hollis. So this may not be the appropriate venue, but if I can turn the heat up on that, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll get your status update on Hollis.
And then my last question is, it seems like there may be some overlap with this fund and what we could possibly spend around the ESSER or COVID dollars, like HVAC upgrades. Have we allocated everything that we can towards those funds in terms of HVAC upgrades? Anything that could be spent there, has that been done, maximized?
Yes, so we actually did spend quite a bit of our ESSER funding, especially the first 2 rounds on HVAC and different things in our facilities. And some of the roll-in to the general fund this year is maintaining some of those HVAC investments that we made.
Thank you.
So I think this is more of new units or replacement units versus what the general fund picks up, which is all of the maintenance around our existing units.
It's a combination of both.
Combination of both.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Drake. I know this is a massive set of building projects. Can you address? We hear a lot about inflation, costs of projects going up. How much pressure has that put on your project list, and should parents and community expect to see less come out of these last few SPLOST investments?
Well, we've spent the last 6 months being very proactive on that very question. Luckily, we've got 2 things that are happening at the same time. We have that substantial inflation that happened starting in 2022. And then it's in 2023, and it slowed down a little bit in 24, slowed down a little the second half of 23 and 24. But luckily for us, we've also had an increase of our sales tax revenues. So we've, in the last 6 months, have gone through, done cost estimates for all of our projects, and we've, to date, have had to put one project on hold, which is our facilities improvements project, our facilities service center project. And then if the revenues keep up, we believe we'll be able to take that project back off hold. But we've had substantial increases on all of our projects and a lot of our major projects. We've provided the funds thanks to those increased revenues that we've had on the sales tax side.
I'm sorry, if I could just put a little bit finer point on it, on that particular topic. We have seen about a 40% year-over-year construction increase the last couple of, over the last couple of years. 40% over what we originally estimated our projects at. And for many of you, you know that we estimate project cost 3 or 4 years prior to entering into the SPLOST cycles and actually accomplishing or to start accomplishing the work. But as Dan indicated, if there is a silver lining in our current economic times with these high inflationary increases, it means we get a little bit more in our SPLOST collections. But what we're getting, the little bit more that we're getting above and beyond what we projected, does not fully cover the 40% increase that we're experiencing. So I just want to make sure folks understand that, and understand that we still may be in a situation at some point where we can't accomplish all of the projects that we originally listed in our the current SPLOST referendum.
Jessica?
Thank you so much for that. That definitely gives a good perspective of where we are. I'm looking at slide 33 with the Fund 300 capital improvement. And so see a lot of great areas that we're looking to lean into, but I just want to lift up one area of concern that we're hearing from students particularly, and wondering, is there a consideration or a timeline for like the bathroom renovations in a number of our schools? There's a lot of disrepair from what I'm understanding, and students are not as comfortable, and there may be some equity challenges there. So just wondering if there's a space for us to start considering how to work in like the bathroom renovations.
Bathrooms are challenges across all districts because kind of the privacy and the activities and they're ripe for abuse, if you will. But certainly we hear the same thing. I talk to my counterparts across the metro and even across the United States, and bathrooms are a challenge for us all. But we hear you, and we'll do our best to try to dedicate additional funding. I think there is one additional bit of information that I'll offer to the board with respect to context. Looking at what we receive in SPLOST, $500, $600 million seems like a lot of money, and it is a lot of money. When we went into this current SPLOST cycle, our deferred maintenance at the time was estimated at about $1.5 billion. So $600 million towards $1.5 billion, we're really only accomplishing about a third of what truly needs to be done. So when we start asking about prioritization and things of that nature, we try to focus on the building envelope, making sure that the areas are dry, got electricity, those sorts of things. So some of the other things that you all hear about, play fields, parking lots, those sorts of things are really for us from a priority standpoint are second tier. You know, and we know that they need attention, but when you don't have enough money to address the needs, or all of the needs, then we obviously have to prioritize, and we try to prioritize in a way to deal with things that would, if they're not working, would impact the educational environment severely, as opposed to some of the other things. So just a little bit of context. We often have these conversations with folks about, you know, how do you prioritize, what's first, what's second. So I just wanted to offer that to the board and to the community at large. And it's a constant reprioritization. Those are constant efforts that we go through.
No, I think we definitely all appreciate that and the work you all do. And when I think about it as facilities master planning and how we really align that with our programs and our student experience, understanding the realities for our system and that we are spread very thin. But that's a conversation to come and something for the board to think about. So being very honest about what is really happening and what are our priorities around student experience. And also I'd asked about the costs that we spend on vacant property and looking at, you know, the properties we've deemed excess and being able to make those productive spaces that benefit the community. I mean, right now we spend 1.1 million, correct? I don't have my glasses on.
That's correct.
Sorry. But yeah, I mean, there's a cost to that too. And that's not the largest cost, but it's still a reminder that, you know, us releasing properties for productive uses that are appropriate. So we can focus on students and their needs in our buildings is extremely important. Appreciate y'all's work in this space, and I look forward to us having a facilities master planning retreat update because it's time, especially as we have, you know, more development of our goals and looking at the development of our schools that need attention, like a Washington or Carver, are two I think about a lot. So thank you all. Any other questions right now?
If, Madam Chair, if I could, that really was a timely question. About 2 weeks ago, Dan Drake, myself, the superintendent, and Lisa Brackett had a conversation about at some point creating a special revenue 586 fund, I think is what we were calling it. And it's just for that purpose. And what we would do is, you know, with maybe some of the future revenue streams that will hopefully come from our efforts with our current efforts with the excess properties, and even some of the past practices within the district of building rentals, those sorts of things. We put that revenue into this 586 fund, and hopefully at some point that fund will be able to sustain and deal with the cost of ownership with the excess properties. So we wouldn't be paying for grass cutting, graffiti removal, those sorts of things related to vacant properties out of the general fund. It would actually be money that we would potentially bring in through our building rental programs, maybe some of the leases, and you know, some of the work that we're hoping to kick off with AUDC here fairly soon.
That's great to hear. And as we appropriately support the creation of affordable housing in the state of Atlanta. So thank you for that. Anything else? Great. Thank you. Moving along. Let's see, what is nutrition?
Nutrition
Yes.
is next, yep, so we'll stay with operations.
Wonderful, great.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Battle. My name is Eric Bankhead. I'm Senior Executive Director of Nutrition Services. And so I'm here to talk about the nutrition budget. And in those budgets, we have 690, 6691, 6692, and 6695. Purpose. The Atlanta Public Schools Nutrition Department provides all students healthy school meals that meet the daily nutritional needs and supports optimal academic performance for student success. Scope: currently all of our student meals are provided through USDA federally funded meal programs that provide well-balanced meals for all students. Allowable use of funds: USDA expenses for implementation of school meals throughout the district. So within the 4 budget codes we have with 6695, that's our supper meal program. 6990 is our school nutrition service program, which is our breakfast, lunch, and snack programs. We have 6991, which is one of our fresh fruit and vegetable programs, and 6992, which is the other fruit and vegetable program. Throughout those, the main increase will be in our school nutrition services program. We're looking at about a 28% increase in our budget. And as we know, in school year 25, the school district is going back to a self-operated program model for the first time in roughly 20-something years. So I know we're excited about that. And so that's what you see there as which represents the 28% increase. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, our allocation will increase, and that is based on some expected increases in meal participation for breakfast and lunch. And when we talk participation, we did some rough data of looking at the metro areas. And right now for breakfast, we're probably second in the metro area, and that's at 39%, roughly a little over 39%. And we're about fifth in lunch, which is about 56%. So as you can see in both of those categories, we definitely have some work to do to get our meal participation up. So we're definitely looking forward to that. And then also, we also attributed some of that increase to just the self-op model. And when you're looking at self-op and you start thinking about food costs, because we've had a contractor, we know that we can't purchase the food for the same amounts that contractors have. Contractors get discounts because they probably have 400 and something other accounts, so they typically leverage that when you're looking at pricing. Also, when we look at our labor, we know that we have a really good labor package for our workers. We talk about quality of life for the workers that live here in the city of Atlanta. So when you think about the difference in those are the 2 big buckets contributing to a lot of that increase. Some of the strategies that we've discussed is expansion of menu concepts, adding a la carte offerings in all schools, opening up additional lines, and more stakeholder involvement in our menu development. And when we talk about the menu development, we've done some of that already starting in this year. We've had 2 different sessions of what we call Chew Crew, which is probably our platform to kind of solicit feedback from our students. And so we've had 2 sessions. We did one in the first half, and we just finished our last one in March. And so a lot of that feedback that we're getting from those students is going into our menus that we're developing for FY25. And so again, just what, if anything, what are we changing? The biggest change for us is just going self-operated. Again, I broke down kind of those things. Before, we paid a contractor. Now everything is on APS. When it's labor, it's food, all of that will be expenses of Atlanta Public Schools Nutrition Services. And so are we using the funds in any different way? Technically, it's always been involved in providing food for students. We're just providing it in a different way, and we'll be expensing those funds in a different way. So we'll no longer be paying a contractor. All of those expenses will be falling on us as a program. And that's the conclusion of that. And so any questions?
Okay, Retta? That's great, thank you.
This is great, thank you. I just want to make sure that within here, in terms of our goals and what we're aiming to meet, that client or student satisfaction is high up on the list. Meaning, I don't want to buy cheap food just to make the number lower if it means that satisfaction is not going to be there. So it looks like with the additions in terms of additional lines, the Chew Crew, and that we are aligned for customer satisfaction. But are there any goals in terms of what you want to hit regarding participation, like going from 39% to what and 50-something% to what? What are we aiming for in terms of participation?
So when
what would be success?
Oh, okay. So when we built the model, we talked about anywhere from 5 to 7% in the first year. And then we know that probably subsequent years, we're looking at anywhere from 2 to 3%, because, you know, your biggest impact is in that first year when you're, especially when you're changing from a contractor where their first mindset is profit and ours is providing what students need. So that's kind of where we budget on our model.
And did we talk at all? I believe purpose-built schools brought their nutrition in-house last year. Did we consult with them at all in terms of challenges that they may have had, successes that they've had? I believe they've seen a definite increase in participation and was actually able to get both Carver schools on board. And the word of mouth was phenomenal in terms of increasing participation. But what type of consultations have we used to help with this process?
Oh, good question. So we really haven't. When I look at when our management team is built on different backgrounds, like my 20 years, I was a contractor. We have some self-operated. So a lot of the things that we use, we've been soliciting within a team and looking at the market studies on what's needed. Part of our True Crew platform is not just food tasting. It's also asking the kids, if you don't eat in the cafeteria, what would make you eat in the cafeteria? What would you like to see in the cafeteria? And so we've used some of that data. We look at greater city schools data. So we've used all that data to start saying, as we're building a program, what are we trying to do? What do we need to do? What's the new models that kids are eating? So you'll see that developed in some of our menus. Also a good part of that, a lot, we're on our wellness meetings. We hear a lot from the communities, whether it's halal food or whether it's better options for special needs students. So all of that has been brought in. So that's how we've built to say, how do we meet students where they are? Because that's what a lot of parents were saying. We just don't have the flexibility for us. And so we took that into account as we're building our menu and our program.
Okay, my last question is around supper. Great. How is that executed? Is that in all schools, certain schools, the supper program?
Yeah, so it's in certain schools, and it's a certain part that they have to do from an academic standpoint and certain requirements with that. And so we do have a plan in place to grow supper. It hasn't been like high priority for us. Right now we're talking about how do we get breakfast, lunch, snack right? How do we fix those things and get that right first? But we definitely know that there's some opportunity, but the problem is just the flexibility. So now we're having conversations with people to start thinking about it, because it does take some partnership on both sides. Like if we go to the athletics and say, hey, we can feed your football team, we have to make that flexibility work, that the hours work for our staff to make sure we can do it right after school and it works with the practice schedule. So we're working on some of those things to grow that program.
Okay, I thought it was done. Sorry, Ken. One last question. Food that is left over at the end of the day, is there a program or an idea in terms of how that food can either be shared with people who are experiencing food insecurity if possible, or what does that look like when the food is not all served in one day?
Right. So right now, we haven't looked at that in depth. We hope through our trainings that we're going to minimize that, because, we do try to manage that through waste and production. But we haven't looked at as far as how do we go outside of that. I've been hesitant against that sometimes just because of the food safety. Like, we don't know how someone else handles it. So I don't know if I want it coming back saying, oh, APS gave us food that caused people to get sick.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to deal with that and just see what's the best way to move that forward.
Right, and if I could interject on that one as well, there are USDA policies and regulations that really kind of govern that, and they're not really friendly to giving that food to third parties because of the liabilities associated with food handling, potential lawsuits if someone gets sick, if it's not handled correctly, if it's not distributed on that day, it's distributed by the third party, later on in the week or something. But we do know there's certainly a goal of ours as well, and we we've had conversations with GDOE and USDA in the past. To see how far we could actually go. It was during COVID, a lot of those regulations were relaxed, but now that we've, or at least from the USDA and GDOE standpoint, we're kind of beyond the COVID. We know that it's still out there, so we're kind of back under the traditional type regulations. So we certainly understand the need, want to be respectful of the need, but we also want to make sure that we are compliant and we're protecting the organization as well.
Excellent. I just would encourage some creativity there. There may be a way that you don't use a third party, that the kids just come through the line again at the end of the day. I don't know, but be creative, or you could be handing over those vegetable scraps to the Magnus Jones compost. So there could be ways to handle it in-house, and I just encourage us to be creative.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
well, you mentioned kids coming back through the line a second time. You can't do that. So again, and maybe we can take this offline, but
you know the rules.
Yes.
Just be creative
Yes.
within
Yes.
our restraints.
Okay.
Mr. Bankhead, so excited to have you on board. This is a big event that's happening in 90 days. You're
Yes, sir.
standing up a $50 million business. You have to hire 500 staff to serve thousands and thousands of kids. I'm not trying to take, this is a flashing yellow light. How are you feeling? Are staff hired? Are processes in place? Are we ready to go day one? Because this is something that folks will notice if it comes out of the gates uneven.
Yes. I'm actually feeling really good at where we stand right now. I think just yesterday we have already moved all of our cafeteria managers through for the next round, for the next hiring step. So we've already identified those. Yesterday and today we have our team of area coordinators that have been interviewing all external candidates. And so when we look at our food service workers, we're probably about 150 that we're looking for, but we also have about 800 in the pipeline that we can interview from. So it's not a shortage of what we can get. It's just getting them processed, and that's what we've been doing. And so as far as the management team, I probably have 4 positions that I'm looking for. I got drivers, communications, HR, and one other one. So we're in a really, really good place of where we are. Menus are already developed. They're being tested. So we're feeling really good where we are. We know that now we're at that final stretch. And I know the pressure will get there, but the team is up for the challenge, and we have some really, really experienced people that's been in K-12 food service for many, many years.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm excited about your optimism. I would say, bad news or no, we can deal with bad news. Surprises are hard.
Absolutely.
And so if you start to run into difficulties, you've got a bunch of people around the tables all around you, lean into that. Because this is something that we like the momentum, but all eyes are going to be on this in 90 days. I noticed that so it's a $10 million increase, or maybe just a shade under. It looks like someone told
Yes,
you
sir.
not to exceed $10 million, and I do the same thing. Is the ongoing operating costs going to be lower than it was in the contracted business because we don't have a profit motive anymore?
It won't.
So even without the profit motive that our contractors have, we're still going to be we're still going to be subsidizing this beyond.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And if I could speak to that, Eric, and I'm glad you asked the question. During our feasibility analysis, and back in March of last year, 23, when we met with the administration and board to kind of walk through the setup or the decision for continuing with insourcing or outsourcing. We made it very clear, I have a copy of the presentation that was delivered, that based on what we knew at the time and what we thought would take place between last year and this year, prior to us setting up the nutrition department, that they're based on our goals of increased meal participation, improved food quality, increased daily meal choices, and the nutrition staff being employed by the district. We knew at that particular time, because, as Mr. Bankhead had mentioned, school districts can't buy food at the same, at the same price as food service management companies because of their volume discounts. So there would be a significant increase in food costs. And from a labor standpoint, typically the reasons why districts outsource food service is because of food costs and labor costs. And we knew that bringing it back in-house, we would now have to pay our employees market rate. And so it is a significant increase from what those folks are being paid under the food service management company arrangement, to putting them on par equity with what our employees and other metro area districts food service employees. We shared at the time that I'm often asked, when do we think the nutrition program would be self-sustaining? And given the goals of this organization and given our realities, my answer to that today is not for the foreseeable future, respectfully. At that time, and in our presentation, we estimated a $10 to $15 million annual need from the general fund to the nutrition department. Also included in the presentation at the time, it was noted, those estimates were predicated, again, on what we knew at the time. We knew at the time that Georgia DOE, or the Georgia State Health Program, had announced that there would be increases in state health costs. So in addition to the $10 to $15 million we kind of projected at that time, there was a caveat on that particular note indicating that it did not include what the upcharge would be with state health care benefits because we didn't know it at the time. I think we just found it out here about a month ago, a couple weeks ago, Dr. Bracken. So I say all of that to say, many of you may not know that the nutrition departments in school districts are not funded by the Federal Department of Education. They're actually funded by the federal department, the USDA, United States USDA, Department of Agriculture, right? Last year, food cost in the city of Atlanta for food away from home, CPI was 9.2%. So there was an increase from the previous year to this year of 9.2% inflation. The federal government, even though there was an increase in food costs, the federal government decreased the reimbursement rate, per plate reimbursement rate, by 3%. So that's a 12% swing in the cost when we're looking at food. We won't know for next year what the reimbursement rate will be until July of this year. Okay, so we're competing with that. We're also competing with just natural inflation. The other thing that we have to understand as an organization is that there's only opportunity to earn nutrition-related revenue 180 days out of the year. Federal government only allows you 180 days as a calendar. That's the only opportunity that you have to earn revenue. We pay our employees for 185 days a year, plus sick leave, plus vacation time. So, in order to pay market rate and to bring folks internal. So I say all of that to say that there are a lot of factors involved in an in-source nutrition program, cost control, those sorts of things. So I'm not being flippant when I say not for the foreseeable future, right? And being realistic, when we say that we're fifth right now under the second, I think, for breakfast and fifth for lunch, it's by 2 or 3 percentage points. When you look across not just the metro, but the nation at large at school nutrition programs, folks aren't feeding at 100%. Those participation rates for lunch and for breakfast, are in the high 40s, the high 50s. for lunch sometimes, in the mid 60s, maybe early 70s. One of the things that we're trying to do for next year, it looks like we may have an opportunity to add 6 more schools to our CEP program where we're able to feed the entire school for free. But there's some consequences to that. You got to look at title and how it affects the title allocation. So we're going through those efforts as well. So in closing, my understanding, our understanding is, as Board Member Baldwin mentioned earlier, that we don't let food costs drive whether or not kids want to eat at school. We know that that's not a blank check, but we understand that our district's values lean more towards doing what's right for kids and doing what's right for our workers. And we're going to try to control that as much as possible. But I just don't want anybody to walk away from this thinking that in 2 or 3 years that this program is going to be solved. Because my money would be on that it won't be. And the other thing that we also have to take into account, annual cost of living adjustments for employees. Everything we do from a district standpoint affects this program, right? So we have to keep that in mind when we're thinking about doing things, for the entire district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huskins. That definitely lays out the realities, and you get what you pay for, and this is a priority for us. And thank you, Mr. Bankhead, for all the work you've done. My only things I want to just feedback I've heard, wellness group, they've had great feedback. I know they're fantastic people from the community there. And then students giving their feedback, critically important. I know y'all are working on that. And then, taking a look at the urban ag programs we have. I know this is down the road, but Washington has one. Of course, Carver does, and the farm at Price, they are looking to put that food in the cafeteria. And they are working with USDA, and I know the city has gotten some USDA grants to look at, obviously expanding our urban farms, knowing that that is not a reliable source of all our food. Like, what opportunities in the future do we have? Because we have some great partners in the city in that space that are providing food for their communities, and we know there's a connection to school. It's right there. So, and it involves students, because students are part of those urban ag programs, and they want to see them, no pun intended, grow. So,
Madam
couldn't help
Chair.
myself. And I'm not saying we're going to put that food in right now, but just looking at, I know where Ms. Hobson's going, but it is like just talking about, just even the connection. But I get that for the entire system that we are going to have something in place to make sure we have what we need for our students on a daily basis. But it is cool to look at, like Aretta was bringing up, Purpose Built has actually. They are going to start moving some of their food, and ANCS does that now too. So, I mean, who knows what the future holds? But I understand the beginning. We're not looking at that right now.
Yeah, and we need to check with them, because even those particular schools fall under us as the SFA. And again, I go back to USDA regulations. You can't put that food in the cafeteria. So we need to kind of find out what's going on and make sure whatever they're doing is in fact allowable.
And they do know the rules. They are following them just like ANCS is following them. But, absolutely, that'd be great for y'all to go check it out. And I think that's what I'm suggesting. But I hear you, Mr. Hoskins, and I appreciate all the work everyone's done. I know we all do around bringing this in-house. And the great news is it's been done in the past. I was a benefit of this in-house food when I was in APS, and my kids eat the school lunch every single day. So thank you all so much. They do. You want me to get them on the phone? They do every day. And actually, I will say, from just anecdotally, Maynard Jackson has seen a huge increase with the number of kids eating lunch, like in the school cafeteria. So they eat it every day, and looking forward to eating it from in-house production. So thank y'all.
If you build it, they will come.
Alrighty, and then I have the very last slide in this section. So school activity funds, these are the bank accounts that individual schools maintain. These are the principal accounts, club accounts. This is where we flow through forms of funding related to student-generated accounts, receipts and around athletics and different co-curriculars and extracurriculars. We do ask the board to adopt this budget every year. That puts it within our fiscal responsibility. Now it has to follow all of our procurement rules and all of our maintenance around this and financial management. And so that's why we present this to you. Not a lot of details. This is what I do present to you quarterly when we do have the collections throughout the year and the spend down throughout the year. And we tend to budget about $4.5 million for this each year. Any questions on this one? All right. And if not, I will move us forward to the general fund. So for the FY 2025 budget, we wanted to look both forwards and backwards to kind of ground us in where this fiscal year is. When we look backwards at our expenditure story, you can see on this slide that we have had growth over the last 10 to 11 years. That growth was around 4% or so each year for quite a few years, and then in the last, since FY 2022, that jumped to around 7%, and then up to around 15 to 12% in the last 2 years. Salaries are a primary driver. Salaries is that blue section at the very bottom. You can see that there's been a 70% increase over the last 10 years, while benefits have increased by about 90%. Other purchase services is where we budget for the charters. That's increased about 292% over that time. And the overall general fund budget has increased by about 114% in the last 11 years. You did ask a question around the enrollment. That is as enrollment has declined over those same 14 years. So how we got here, I mentioned salaries. That is a primary driver. Just in the last 2 years alone, I think the annual impact of salaries has been about $60 million in each year. Benefits is a huge one. So Mr. Hoskins referenced the classified benefit rates for this upcoming year. For a little bit of story around that, we had budgeted $945 per member per month, which is about a little over $11,000 per employee up until last year when the classified, and over the last 2 years, the certified employee rates have increased by $815 or $9,780 per employee. That means certified rates at this point in time are $21,120 for just the state health. Sometimes that could even be more than like the salary. And that is a huge increase. It's about 86%. We do receive some state funding to offset that, though. So for the certified employees, we do see the revenue coming in for that. What was surprising this year is we also saw a very large increase in classified employee rates. Those went up 67% as well. So now we are paying $18,960 per employee that takes state health benefits, then classified, and receive no funding for that. And so that was also a 67% increase. So those continue to constrain our budget even as we continue to hire more and more people. So when we're thinking about position cost and the full position cost, we have to be even more mindful that beyond the salaries that maybe the employee feels day to day, there's a large cost around state health and also TRS to support those employees. At my previous budget commission meetings, we've talked about school size. I did pull those slides back into the appendix of this presentation. On page 60 is the in-depth analysis around APS's school size as compared to other metro districts. From that, we can see that we have about 12 to 48 more schools that we're supporting when we talk about deferred maintenance, when we talk about all of these things, transportation, thus the number of facilities that we're trying to move kids to and from. And so there's a significant cost to our district that is different from other districts to support those buildings and the staff in those buildings. So we also have a very, very low staff to student ratio as compared to metro districts. We actually employ about 2,600 to 3,700 more employees than other districts based on the staffing ratios compared to those districts. At an average salary of around $90,000 per employee, and that includes those state health benefits, we are paying about $234 to $336 million for that decision, that value of keeping very low student to staff ratios. Some of the other primary cost drivers that kind of set our district apart when we're trying to compare with other districts is some of the central office structures and the rebound of our central office from previous rounds of reductions. So we've shown this chart before as well, the history of where we've made large reductions, large growth, large reductions in our central office. That tends to follow the administration at the time, right? So as we have new superintendents, that can change in the focus of the superintendent at that time. Also, what's driven this, what we've seen is the large increase during and post-pandemic. So we did have additional funding come in. So instead of having to make some of those really hard trade-offs with a finite amount of resources, we all of a sudden had much, much more resources than in previous years. And so that did allow us, not only through ESSER funding, but the additional local funding that came in, to pilot a lot of new initiatives and to drive additional cost. I teed this up at the board meeting last month, but we saw a lot of investments in the last 3 to 4 years really tied to those guardrails from SOFG. So deep investments in equity. We saw the creation of an equity division. Deep investments in innovation. We saw the creation of innovation departments. We saw a lot of deep investments in piloting new programs and new initiatives. Engagement, we saw a lot of additional spending in communication, staff engagement, student engagement, and also just around morale and culture, which was another guardrail, our compensation, stipends. A lot of the work that we were doing around morale was a very costly investment. So I think that the rebound of the central office was a very natural progression of the administration trying to demonstrate a commitment to those equity guardrails, to the guardrails in general. Now, I mentioned that going forward, in order for us to make sure that we are continuing to show the investment and our commitment to the guardrails, we probably need a fifth that also says in a way that is sustainable, in a way that is continuing to look at our systems, our structures, that we're looking at efficiency of that spend, and that we are that guardrail is equally important as we are trying to get this work done. The quality of those investments and not just the quantity. So that's what I mean by that central office rebound one. The charter system, and especially the school-based budget decision-making aspect of charter system, does create some inefficiencies just in the very nature of flexibility. So there is a loss of economies of scale. We had our IT team pull for us just the number of software that different schools use, one-off softwares across the board. It's about $5 million. There probably is an opportunity to save significant money if the district as a whole were purchasing 2 or 3, saying that schools can use this, but we don't do that. We allow flexibility. Just in the nature and the portfolio of positions that schools can purchase is very different. So we don't have that standardized approach for anything in our schools. It requires additional supports as well. The student success funding formula is not the most efficient way of allocating if we have so many schools that through their enrollment do not generate a sufficient amount of funding to be able to run that school. A per pupil formula works great when there's enough pupils to generate the funding. However, we have about 67% of our schools that are either receiving that small school supplement or we're having to build outside of SSF because the enrollment is so low that they would not generate sufficient funding. And then finally, just our programming, our initiatives, and our supports. This could be also a part of that charter system, but even things like our signature programming is an expensive model. A lot of our focus around SEL, wellness, I mean, I know other school districts don't have the same price tags that we do on some of the things around whole child supports. So these are all investments. I want to be very, very clear. None of this slide is a value statement about whether this is good or bad. This has been our commitment. This is what we've invested in. We have annual budget parameters that guide this work. We have goals and guardrails that tell us to focus our work in these ways. But this is why we look different from other districts. When we're trying to compare our spend against other districts, when we're trying to see where our spend is being focused, these are some of the things that just, I've been able to lift to drive that. So then it becomes, how do we continue to sustain these in the out years? As we've lost significant number of students, we are serving about 7,500 fewer students in our traditional schools over that same 14-year period, while we are continuing to invest in all of these initiatives. So when we continue to just grow this out in the future years, we do have a 3% cap on revenue. We do know that that bill was passed, and so we should anticipate that local revenue will likely be capped in the out years. At 3%, local revenue has been our primary funding source in the last, since I've been here. The state, we do assume some growth, but again, local fair share will offset that. Not as much if it's capped. If local revenue is capped, our state should grow at a healthier rate, may even become a higher percentage of our overall budget spend going forward. We do want to come off of the usage of fund balance, so we are using it heavily this year to balance this budget. Over time, we want to make more systemic decisions with time to plan for how we can roll off our dependence of fund balance in the out years. Recall, we strategically built fund balance for this purpose. So we did contribute to fund balance over the last 2 to 3 years to make sure that we were in really good standing. The budget that we're going to present today still keeps us at or above 15% of fund balance to our expenditure projections. For the schools, we're assuming a healthy salary increase of 5%, but that's not what we've been doing the last few years. We've been above that. Supplies up around 4% and contracts up around 6%, just as estimates based on inflationary pressures and trend and history in the past. We also are assuming increases for the charters and partners based on the assumptions around revenue collections. Central office, again, assuming the very similar increases around salaries and our nutrition. Hopefully gradually less dependence, but as Larry mentioned, probably never completely fully funded. The district-wide, we see a large fall off in 2027 of when we do plan to pay off our pension liability to the city. And then for our grants and utilities, we just put a standard increase. So this isn't rocket science. There's nothing too specific in these allocations, just high-level assumptions. But even with these high-level assumptions, what it demonstrates is even after all of the work we've done this year, the large decreases that we've made, especially in our central office, we will start next year in the exact same place with a $100 million gap. And within 5 years, even with additional revenue coming in, we should anticipate a budget gap of around $260 million. So we do have time. This is the main thing that I want to lift for this body, for our cabinet, for the board, for the community, is that as we are wrapping up the FY 2025 budget development process, we should be immediately planning for the FY 2026 budget process. So we do have a strategic planning process that will kick off in FY 2025. And that will be the strategic plan for 26 through 30. We do have a SPLOST planning process that will kick off in 26 for the new SPLOST that will begin in 27. And we also have a charter system contract renewal, which will begin in FY 2026. So those are 3 multi-year system-wide planning opportunities for this district to really engage the community, for us to be thinking long-term, and putting the systems and structures at the heart and the foundation of that planning so that we can start building our goals and guardrails and processes on top of that. Beyond those multi-year planning opportunities, we do have our annual processes, which is this budget process, and engaging that on an annual basis. And then also our facilities master planning process, which also is an annual process and kicks off in February of each year. So before I take a deep dive into what the details of the FY25, we'll pause, we'll take a deep breath, and I'll take any questions that you have.
Maybe we can start going into it more, because I know we have questions. but
Yeah,
we're warming
absolutely.
up.
Yep.
We could take over this whole time with our questions, but let's just get into the details.
Absolutely. Oh, for the 25, so keep going? Okay, I'm so sorry.
Sorry, let's
I was like,
go
more details
ahead
into
and
that,
just
or- okay.
get into I apologize.
All right, so I
wasn't
will
clear.
dive into FY 2025. So the consolidated general fund budget, we do say consolidated because, as Lindsay mentioned in her presentation, Title I dollars are also a part of this budget. We are assuming local revenue will go up by about 9%. That is an optimistic increase, but it is in alignment with the trends that we've seen in the last few years. So it is not out of reality. It is more optimistic than we would tend to be at this point in time. We got state revenue yesterday. So actually yesterday afternoon, we received the state QBE. It is higher than we've projected here, and we've already allocated that for 3 initiatives that I'll talk to when I get down there. So we did receive additional state revenue, and the waiting list is long, so those already been kind of reallocated back up. Other is just a small decrease. That's where we have things like tuition, E-rate. The transfer is the Title I transfer in, and again, at this point in time, we're expecting that to remain relatively flat. And fund balance, we are estimating a usage of fund balance that keeps the total fund balance at 15% of expenditures or greater. For the expenditures, traditional schools, we've built in a 3% salary increase already into the SSF and traditional school allocations. We did build in the benefit rate increases. We added a counselor equivalent salary into each of our schools for them to use flexibly as they need to. And also, as part of our reductions, we've talked to principals about this yesterday, we are reducing their holdback or their reserve by 50%. That was a cut recommendation in order to close our gap. The charters and the partner schools, we have placeholders in there for based on the initial local revenue and fund balance usage. Part of that new state money will be set aside in district-wide because we do anticipate an increase in these allocations as our state and local revenue goes up. Central office, we made significant reductions. I'll talk more when we get to the cut slide on this about the rounds of reductions that we've gone through, but across the board, we did 50% travel reduction to travel, 3% in non-personnel. We reduced positions, both filled and vacant. Additional non-personnel costs, and also a lot of that was offset by the classified and state health rate increases. So we did see all of the positions that are still here had that increase of multiple thousands of dollars. Nutrition, we did earmark a general fund transfer to the nutrition fund of about $12 million. And we will be working with the nutrition office to see how we transfer that. I think at this point we were talking about a drawdown where on a quarterly basis we see what's been spent and we will do a transfer to the nutrition fund as needed. But the funds are earmarked in the general fund at this point in time. The ERP is well needed. Unfortunately, that was one of the areas that we look to reduce to try to offset that until the SPLOST. That would be one of the first things that we look to add back if new funding becomes available or if we're able to use additional fund balance. We are well on our way in the ERP RFP process, and so we want to be able to salvage as much of that as possible. And this, if you've been to any of our audit committee meetings, you know that the ERP presents quite a risk to the district. And so that is one thing we really want to try to get back on the table. So we're going to continue to be creative and innovative and and how we try to find funding for that. But at this point in time, this budget does not include it. Readers are leaders. We earmarked funds for the schools. There is one literacy coach in every elementary school in this budget. We have some central office supports for those positions and some supply funding set aside. This budget does not include the $3.5 million set aside for stipends. That was on the wish list for Lindsay to use ESSER funds to spend down. However, we want to use the state funding for that. So that's the second add back that with the state funding, we will add the 3.5 back for the Readers are Leaders stipends. Our safety and security investments are continuing to increase. This 2.1 here is general fund only. We are still waiting to get additional information around the $45,000 per school or per campus state grant for safety. So that is in the state grants line item, but is also an additional investment for safety for this year. Compensation, our Chief Human Resource Officer, Nicole Lawson, presented the compensation estimates and recommendations at the March Budget Commission meeting. This placeholder, while the full allocation would be about $58 million, again, some of that's already been built into the school budgets. Some of that we are reducing because we are assuming some lapsed salary assumptions in this budget, and some of that was earmarked for special revenue. So overall, we're seeing a $35 million or so in our district-wide to push out for compensation once the budget's been approved. Utility rates are up just across the board, rates and usage. So we are capturing that cost. You'll see an increase coming to the May board for the current year for utility cost as well. Pension, we do a 3% annual increase to the contribution to the pension fund. And again, that will be fully paid off in 2027 as long as we stay on track. So just, holding the line on that one. State grants, we saw a large decrease as our an alternative fuel bus grant sunsets. And then also our district-wide, we budgeted there for the two one-time $1,000 stipends that we paid out in FY 2024. And so those will roll off. They will not be a part of the initial FY 25 allocation. So showing our work, when we presented to you, I think back in February or March, we presented a large budget gap. Round one of finding ways to close that gap is we did come up on our conservative revenue assumptions. We did go to a more optimistic revenue assumption, and we earmarked the fund balance usage up to 15%. So trying to do all that we can on the revenue side of that gap to bring more money in or to allow us to be more strategic in how we're capturing the revenue side. Round two was that central office. We restored all requested increases. So where central office budgets had requested increases, we went almost across the board and just reset to the previous year, and then did an additional 50% cut to their travel, and we asked for 5% non-personnel reductions. Most of our district offices were able to achieve that reduction to non-personnel. And we also did a scrub of salary and benefits, just making sure that we weren't allocating benefits to positions that don't take benefits, and just getting as lean as we can. There's no cushion in these benefit budgets. Round three is where we did go to the school reserves. So the school reserves, when we build their budgets in January, we set aside about 2% of their SSF allocation. So we are recommending a 50% reduction of that, which would be about a 1% decrease to their SSF allocations. Round 4 was actually an add back. So we found out just last week about the state health increases, and that added about $5 million back to the gap that I think the day before we were having our gap closure conversations, I had to call everybody and say $5 million more. So every time we think we're there, we just go back a little bit further. Round 5 was those deeper central office reductions. So these were the really hard talks. These occurred last Thursday. We will not have a lot of information on those today, as we are still having conversations with impacted employees or departments. And so those will continue to occur, I think, through the remainder of this week. We do hope to have everything wrapped up by close of business on Friday. And when we do bring the tentative budget to you in May, we will have the department sheets, we'll have all the details that our typical budget book that supports all that, but we didn't want to get ahead of any conversations with this work. And then round 6 were some of the deferral of those new initiatives, which was the ERP and those literacy stipends. With the state, I feel comfortable going ahead and adding back the literacy stipends. I know Matt and his team are doing all that they can to try to get that ERP request as low as possible so that we can see if there's anything that we can move around or do differently to try to get that in this budget. That will be something we'll continue to try to do right up to final adoption. I think with that, does it make sense for us to pause for a second or keep going through the parameters?
I think it does.
Okay.
I'm going to let my colleagues start with any questions. Jessica, do you have any right now?
I do, actually. Let me see if I can get back to where the first question was. So on slide 43, I believe it was, it was the discussion around the student success funding, and you mentioned that some schools are building outside of SSF. Can you provide a little more details about that? And then I guess probably a partnering that with, on slide 48, the impact of dropping the school reserves by 15%, just so we have more clarity around
Sure.
that impact for schools.
Sure, absolutely. So I do have my budget team here, so if I miss any, feel free to shout at me. But that's BEST, CSK, Hank Aaron, Phoenix, ACCA, and AVA. So some of our non-traditional schools and programming is built outside of SSF, and it's because if they were in SSF, they would, again, when we talk about the pie, they would redistribute so much funding from our traditional schools that you would see huge reductions, especially at some of our high schools, as you redistribute to them. So they were pulled out, set aside, and their budgets are built in a more traditional model, looking at number of students generates X number of staff. So that was what that is referring to. The 1% reduction with the schools, we did meet with schools yesterday at the principals meeting and let them know about this. One thing that we're recommending that they look at is the same thing that we are looking at in the central office, which is travel, which is the redundancy of software and contracts, which is any of those. Like we have professional development contracts, we have different things like that we're asking schools to just go back and reconsider. I gave everyone a challenge yesterday. We've had funding in the last few years that have allowed us to solve problems by adding additional money to the pot, right? So if we had a problem, if we weren't getting the services we needed, we were able to just go out and buy it, right? Instead of having the hard conversations or holding accountable why we weren't getting those services to begin with. And so part of the challenge is, I expect friction around this as we reduce the resources from both sides. There will be a necessary dialogue around how do we then provide those services, who's responsible for the services, how do we hold each other accountable to the services and the outcomes around those services. So, friction can be a good thing sometimes. And so that friction on both sides, I think, will hopefully help around some quality of what the schools are experiencing. I know Tommy and I have talked a good bit around that accountability piece and, needing to have necessary conversations. So.
And I appreciate that context. I think as an at-large member, what I see across the district, there are some schools and some school communities that are more agile in their ability to fundraise to cover a lot of those external expenses, and then other schools that are not. And so at the district level, are we providing any resources to help those schools, those clusters and schools that aren't as agile to fundraise for their problems, to make sure that if there are still gaps after we cut, the PDs or whatever else you listed out as opportunities for them to lean into their budget. What resources are we providing at the district level to make sure they have those skill sets to raise above and beyond to make sure all of those needs are met?
Yeah. So, I think that there is a conversation there and making sure that we are helping schools to fill gaps in a way that is equitable. So leaning into those schools that may have a harder time filling the gaps. We've already been approached by principals who said, I'm going to have a really hard time with this, and we will handhold through those. One of the things we also see, and it's not necessarily, I guess it's a testament of the good job that our SSF funding is doing, is that we are seeing a lot of carryover or balances remaining in schools that are receiving a high amount of both title and poverty dollars through our SSF weights. And so what we did also mention to schools yesterday is we will allow a certain percentage of non-personnel carryover into next year to help offset some of these costs. So that allows schools to kind of plan with their own fund balance in the current year. It also helps us in that we don't see the large spend down of just like this fear around use it or lose it mentality where we see schools bulking up on supplies and things like that. We're asking them to hold off where they can, continue to spend if you have needs or strategic plans around that spend, but if you don't, hold off on spending it. And then we will allow that to roll into fund balance and then recommit it to the schools next year during leveling so that they can plan themselves for how to close these gaps. And we do see that the schools that are most likely unable to raise those funds have the most available this year to be able to roll those dollars over. And so we'll provide schools, if we haven't already today, we'll be providing them what their non-personnel is as of today so that they can start planning for that.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yes, and I just want to add on to Lisa, to make sure we all understand, although we're making some cuts, as Lisa said, our schools have the funding. A lot of times we just assume because we're cutting, we don't have the money, we don't have what we need. I would beg to differ that all of our schools in Atlanta Public Schools have what they need, and it's how we're using the funds that we get. So that is where the holding is going to have to come from associate superintendents, from chief of schools, from budget, from everyone, because I always say, let's walk the building. Like when we talk with our board members, because principals are going to always say we need more, but we have lots of funds in Atlanta Public Schools. In our schools, our student ratio, the support, I would love when Lisa talked about, or someone talked about, when you said we're cutting, it was Amandia, Ms. Ford from Special Ed talked about someone asked about the behavior specialist or someone. I said, we have so many people supporting our students. It's how we're using them. If we're suspending kids and we have all the support, oh well, that is not a special ed issue. That's a leadership issue. That's a culture issue. So we have to dive a little deeper instead of talking about the funds, but what are we doing with it? So we're here to support the schools, but we have to hold everyone accountable. It's the accountability that's missing.
Thank you, Dr. Bracken. Big. This is the Super Bowl, right? No. So one easy question, one hard question. Easy question is, if you can go to slide. I'm trying to catch up with your math on the central office reductions.
Okay.
If you go to you list. Keep going. It's slide. Sorry, I should have wrote the slide down. Where you list off the budget, your gap closing. Well, actually, so let's stay here for a second. So here you went from 235 to 225.
Mm-hmm.
So a reduction of 11 million, or just under 12 million dollars. Go to your gap closure.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's 33 million in round 2 and 23 million in round 5.
Yep.
How do you get to 11 million?
So on this slide, the 23 million and the 33.4 million will tie to the budget parameter slide around identifying redundancies and efficiencies in the administrative overhead. So that 57 million here is also tied to the reductions here.
How come we don't see it then here?
What you're seeing here is the net impact of a lot of different things. So this
So-
is also the state health increase offsetting that $56 million is some increases. And so like when we talk about increases in some of the other areas and around our parameters, not every department was reduced by X amount, right? We had growth. We had departments that grew in support of some of our budget parameters and some of our initiatives. And so what we're seeing is when we built the budgets and we had a cuts column where we went back through and made reductions, that cuts column is $56 million. Some of that is often an ask that was increased, so some of that is restoring. When we go back to this slide, 33.4 million, some of that wasn't a cut to 2024, it was a restoration.
Right, I guess that's, so
from
we're, I feel
growth.
like we're not, I mean, that's why it's a little confusing, because here you make it seem like we're cutting all this money out of the central office, but in reality, we're not. We're cutting less than, we're cutting, what is that, 5%? So, okay, I mean, that's good, but not as, when you look at that slide in and of itself, you get the sense that cuts are substantial. I know these cuts are not easy, but we are obviously serving less kids. We're a smaller district than we were.
Yeah.
And we're not living out we're not seeing these in our central office reductions.
Yeah, and I think that's why we wanted to show it two separate ways, because this does hide a lot of the hard work. This looks like only a 5% reduction when we know just that state health benefit alone is going up 67% on every single salary or every single position in the district, which is increasing this cost and offsetting a lot of that hard work. And we don't want to hide the hard work in this line item and what that will mean in service for schools. So we don't want somebody to look at the central office line and say, only a 5% reduction, I shouldn't feel any impact in the schools. They will. The schools will experience a reduction in service from some of our departments who experienced really large reductions. And we want to make sure that we are being transparent about that as well and setting expectations that as we streamline our central office, it will impact some of the increases that maybe schools were expecting to see in services from central office will be offset. The other thing I just wanted to call out is this is from our March slide when we talk about the number of staff that we have and the number of schools that we have. It does make it very difficult to streamline a central office that is still supporting the same number of schools and positions in the field.
So let's pick up on that, because that's really the larger question that you've been kind of laying the breadcrumbs for the last few meetings since I sat around this table. I guess it's really more of a question.
I thought they were loaves of bread.
Right? Yeah. Big scoops of carbs. This is maybe for you, Dr. Battle. So we have this freight train coming towards us. Highest compensation in the region, smallest school rate, smallest number of, the most small schools in the region, the lowest student-teacher ratio in the region, scores that would not necessarily match that experience. Dr. Bracken's telling us that the trains, the oncoming train's coming. We have to act now, and now is the time in the cycle, because this is when we start planning for 26. Can you and because when we first started talking, Dr. Bracken said she was going to bring us choice points about that we were going to choose. It doesn't seem like that's going to happen. It seems like this is the choice. So when we're here next year, we're here over the next 6 months, what work is going to happen to get us to a place where we can get ahead of this?
The first thing, we're going to have to work on our strategic planning as well as our facilities master planning. What are we going to do? Are we going to stay with small schools? Are we going to talk about closing these small schools? And then when we bring it, if we talk about closing small schools, are we going to have our board say we're going to close them, and then we get to the meeting and we don't close them? So we're going to have a real conversation about, as this train is moving, we know what we can do for this year and going into next year, but the year after, we're all going to have to be on the same page and make the same commitment, because we don't want to spend time saying that we're going to do this and this is going to be our master planning, and then when we get to the meeting, it's like, no, we're not. Let's back up one thing. So I'm ready to go. We're ready to go.
That's
So
the
I
answer I
will
was hoping for.
I will say that Travis and I have been doing already a lot of brainstorming around strategy and engagement and planning for these types of conversations. And the way that he's helped me to understand it is really, it's a question of value. And again, if we remove the right and wrong of the whole conversation, it's just a system of decisions over decades, right, that has got us to where we are, micro decisions that build up and accumulate over time. And this is just a system of more decisions that need to be made. And when we talk about the values, there may just be a conversation of realigning or reassessing what our values are. It can be perfectly feasible that small neighborhood schools as the cornerstones of a neighborhood is a value that we think is the most important for moving students forward. We can say that a high student to staff ratio is the thing that's going to help our kids. That's a perfectly fine value. But what we haven't been doing is trading off that and saying, so we won't have Cadillac models in those schools. We might not have the highest compensated teachers, and we might not have all the programs, right, that we want to have. That's fine. But what we haven't had to do is, or what we haven't done in a long time, is have those value trade-off conversations. And I think even as we just tee this up, because I don't want us to start the process with a solution in mind. We might all have our own opinions about how to solve this. Lisa's just one person, and all Lisa's trying to do is hold up the information and say, guys, we all have to look at this. But I don't think any one person has the solution to this. So what I do hope to do over the next 5 year, or next year, and especially over these summer months, and leveraging the time in between a budget season, because once you're in budget, it is just about building this year. You don't have choices, because we didn't have choices. Like, we are just trying to balance this budget. We started with $100 million. Next year we'll have $100 million. I don't want to have our hands tied in March next year with a $100 million gap and saying this is all we can do, right? Let's start now to think about what that looks like. Did you want to add anything, just to run your thoughts with that?
I just want to add one thing. I think when we talk about the small schools, we also need to talk about schools with 2 campuses, because it plays in both ends. We got to look at everything. When we have these schools with 2 campuses, or whether a 9th grade campus or a primary campus, we have to look at those too. We have to make the hot line. Are we going to make 2 schools out of that? Because that impacts our transportation flow. It impacts so much more in our schools. So I think when we have that conversation, we need to have the totality conversation, not just small schools, but those schools with multiple campuses.
And I will say that of the schools with dual campuses, only one is not a small school once those students are spread across both campuses. So they are small schools if you take into account both campuses, and they're included in that 67%.
Good afternoon. If I could just, Lisa said everything perfectly, but I do want to take the opportunity, if it's all right, to then push a little more on what we hope to also get from the board in this, and that's part of this timeline. The reason we put those timelines on the bottom, we have made commitments to the community that we would not rezone students without a full year's notice for transition planning and support. So even if decisions were made as soon as after May, June of this year, it would not take effect based on our current practice until 26, 27, which would not impact next fiscal year's $100 million gap. And so that's a decision point that the board will also have to reflect on if we're going to continue with that practice when making some of these decisions. And then also the role of the superintendent search in this. We have created strategic plans waited for a new superintendent to create a strategic plan, and then we've created a strategic plan in preparation for hiring a superintendent. There's pros and cons to both. We don't have time on our side on some of these decisions, and so we also need to have a conversation from the board on the expectation of strategic planning on what we are okay starting before the hiring of a superintendent and what we must wait till the hiring of a superintendent.
Thank you. The other thing I'd like to add to this equation is the definition of we, and that it's not just us sitting around here having these conversations, but that the community has been properly informed and engaged and feel as if that this process is happening with them and not to them. And that's going to be incredibly important, especially if we're talking about consolidations or closings. We need to have a conversation about the benefits as well as the challenges and obstacles, with the thought that if everyone is a part of the solution, then it'll be easier for people to be on board and to support the decision. So I'm pushing that the we is not just the people in this room, but is inclusive of the vision and values of our community and stakeholders.
100%. And going back to, like, over time, these decisions have been made. And now that we have our goals and our guardrails, how are we focusing in on our priorities? Like, we know what our current student outcomes are, and we must improve them. And what is that going to take? And the work you're doing right now, working with schools to say, okay, what have you been doing that you may not have next year, but what is having the most impact? And that support from CLL. So when we get, in May, the specific positions, knowing that we're not taking away the support that's really had the most impact. I mean, that's one thing I've been thinking about, because there's some things that are just more convenient to cut, and there are some things that could be actually having the most impact. So knowing that, we've done that deep dive analysis to see, what is having the most impact on supporting our schools, and making sure we're not cutting those, but making the necessary cuts that will allow us to have more money to benefit students on the ground. And as we move forward, yes, we have to be honest about the realities of our system right now and think at it from the perspective, like we keep talking about, like the programming, the student experience, and what the opportunities are. But we know that will take some long-term planning, but there's some things we can start to talk about now with the community. But again, why we would need to do those, not just because we want to be the most lean system, because we want to improve student outcomes. And we haven't seen those outcomes dramatically increase for students who've been struggling the most historically. I mean, that is the fact. So I'm so glad we are at this point in this district where, we know we have a board that's very focused on it. We obviously have an interim superintendent who is, and a staff who is, and we have money. But the fact that we're still coming back to this place means we've got to do something differently. And I know these decisions and conversations are extremely hard, so I appreciate everyone having them. But yeah, we have got to, as a board, with facilities master planning, really retreat into terms of what are our priorities and how are we going to adjust our resources to meet those needs, which is all really opportunity. So my questions were, again, around the positions. I had asked that question, but no, we'll get more information in May. I too, like Ken, looked at the 5% decrease and doesn't seem as significant. We were looking at 50% cut in travel, but understanding the state requirement and what we have to pay towards state health. So I hear you. Making sure that the Readers Are Leaders program is sustainable long-term. I know we're using the fund balance right now, but that's a huge initiative that's going to take time and support. We know we're going to have additional costs and needs. We are hearing from folks that they're excited about it happening, but they're like, I've seen us roll this out in APS, and then we don't have the continual support. This is not a 1 to 2 to 3 year initiative. This is going to be decade. I mean, it's going to continue. So I wanted to make sure that we're really thinking about this cost as we move forward. And then I know Ken asked some about it, but the economies of scale with the charter system, like knowing that Fulton County's had a charter system for a long time, like what can we adjust and change maybe that we can help have some economies of scale? I'm sure that's something y'all are thinking about, but that's something that stuck out to me. And then, yeah, like Jessica said, the school reserves, that 1% decrease. I look at the budget for every single school and I see how much we have per pupil, and I'm thankful we have those resources, but knowing that's still a shift and a change. So however we can be provided information that's at a higher level, I know it doesn't need to get in the weeds, but how we're hand-holding, like you said, Dr. Battle, for folks who do have to adjust and shift, I think would be helpful. So I know those weren't particular questions, but Yeah, that economies of scale, I've been thinking about that a lot too. Any feedback you want to share right now on that one?
I'll speak to, I took note of 3 things that I think you can speak to now. So I was able to sit in on all of the conversations around the budget reductions. And I can say that the lens around that conversation was absolutely squarely on what is most, what has been working for students, right? So it was proximity to students and proximity to the core of the work that really led and drove those conversations. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but that's really how we started looking at where those reductions might be made. The second thing that I'll lift is that economies of scale. The trade-off is flexibility, right? So what we saw, I was at Fulton when we became a charter district, and we had much more flexibility than I think Fulton has today. I think Ken was there too when Fulton became a charter district. And we were going far towards flexibility. Even in our funding model, I was pushing for a student success funding formula at that time. And just thinking about what sort of flexibility they would have. And I think that they have come off of flexibility some in the out years to really prioritize efficiency around some of those decisions. And so I think part of what we will need to do is go back to the drawing board and think about where flexibility is actually giving us a return. And where it's not, having the hard conversations around sacrificing that flexibility for more efficiency. And by efficiency, I don't just mean less spend. It could be the same amount of spend, but that we're actually getting something for that spend. But that will be a shift in the way that we've operated over the last 10 years that I've been here. And so I think when we talk about efficiency of scale, it's those mindful conversations around that means flexibility.
And those are the kind of shifts I know I'm personally looking for. And I've heard earned autonomy put out. Autonomy is important in that, our principals know the needs of their students in their communities 100%, but also, making sure we're having that highest impact. And that's the job of the district, to be looking at that and supporting it. So I'm very glad we're doing that work and certainly have my support in making shifts around that area. Anybody else right now?
No, I will address your reserve concern.
Yes,
when we get to
please,
that
please.
slide. So just moving us forward, I'm going to click through these, but these are the budget parameters that we created at the beginning of our budget commission process together. And so what we show is the item against our goals and guardrails, some of the investments. This is new investment, not total investment. So it's not. We're not just doing $58 million for compensation, we're doing $58 million more than we've done in the past for compensation. And some comments around that. And then we can continue to just see on this slide some of the investments in some of our other areas. This is the typical budget by function slide that we always put together. This is what we will advertise as part of our overall budget. Function is what all districts in the state are required to use for reporting. And so it's a good way for us to compare to other districts. And you can see on this slide, maybe a little more clearly, the percentage decrease in the general administration as an overall overall amount of allocation towards the budget as we continue to increase our spending in pupil services, staff services, and instruction. So as an overall allocation, we're continuing to drive more to those functions that are closest to the student.
Can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
Going back to that slide, number 10, increase to PAC transfer. We know PAC is important and the work they're doing, but we're increasing the amount?
Yes, so the PACT transfer is to supplement the state's salary schedule to our salary schedule. So every time we give a raise, we have to increase the amount that we're supplementing to the state. Anytime we give a raise that's higher than what the state is giving, then our supplement to keep them on the APS salary schedule increases.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Budget by object. So this is where we're seeing large increases in salaries and in other compensation as an overall proportion to our budget. Again, our charter allocations are continuing to increase as a higher percentage of our overall budget. This is the impact to fund balance slide, and so for the FY 2025 proposed budget that we have brought to you today, we are building right up to that 15%, which is not quite the 16% or 2 months GFOA's recommendation, but it well exceeds the board parameters of no less than 7.5% and the state's cap of 15%. So we are right up against that. If we were able to go just a hair further into fund balance, we could bring back the ERP. And already with the state increase, we have added back the literacy stipends. I'm not sure what that right column is. I think that's just an extra column. Fund balance usage. So here we do try to book certain expenditures against the fund balance so that we can easily identify what those may be if we needed to do reductions. We identify this based on the board's kind of guiding principles and resource parameters. So when we are developing the budget parameters, we use these guiding principles to help us to determine what our budget parameters should be for the upcoming year. And we do have one around the fund balance that says we will maintain a fund balance of 15% of total general fund expenditures. But it also says that we will strategically utilize the fund balance to ensure operational integrity of district programs, support expenditure parameters, and temporarily offset potential decreases in revenue. So we do want to maintain a fund balance, but the board also commits to using the fund balance in ways that continues to support some of our initiatives. So we did book some of the expenditures for this upcoming year to fund balance based on that. So some of our contingencies are just things that we identify as one-time in nature. We can use fund balance for. Some of our pilot initiatives or other budget parameter initiatives, we are using fund balance for, so that's why you see nutrition and readers or leaders are here. Not necessarily that those are one time, but it's the first year of those, and we need time to incorporate those into the general fund as we identify some of those items that we could sunset or those value propositions of what we're going to not do in order to continue doing these new initiatives. Our pension, we do by state, we're required to pay about 19 to 20 million on an annual basis into our pension. The board in 2014 adopted a policy that says we will do the 3% annual scaling to the pension. That is the right decision. I'm not recommending that we don't do that, but we do know that that contribution to the pension plan is for a short term. That is a finite investment, and it will sunset at some point. So we can book some of the pension costs to the fund balance. Other things that we look at are those things that would be easily, not necessarily one-time in nature, but they're places we would look if we needed to mid-year or at some point in the year shift if for whatever reason. And so overtime stipends, part-time type work, we can book against that as well. And next steps. So following this meeting, we have a very tight timeline for when we have to get advertisements to the AJC to advertise the tentative adoption. At tentative adoption, which is at the May 6th board meeting, we will also have our first public hearing as is required. And then we will have the tentative adoption. Our regional meetings, we're still playing with this. Regional meetings we used to always have regional meetings. We would go to 4 or 5 different school sites. Some of you have came to those regional meetings, and you saw that you were maybe one of 3 people there. When we move to virtual, we're having hundreds of people attend our regional meetings. So what I do want to play with the idea of is continuing to have our May meetings virtually. We'll continue to have those available, and then I'm happy to attend any of your meetings in the month of May to just talk budget. And so it's continuing to leverage the opportunities where people are already coming out instead of making people come out for a second conversation. I'm happy to lean in wherever I can to get as many people aware of what is in our budget and to get feedback on it as much as possible as well. But instead of regional meetings, we'll probably have virtual meetings over the course of May. Budget commission and changes between tentative and final. We'll discuss that on May 16th. So anything else that is moving in between what you are adopting or will be seeing for adoption in May, we'll discuss on May 16th, and then we will repeat the advertising requirements, have the second public hearing, and then final adoption on June 3rd. So very tight timeline, but we are on track to complete it all. And I'll take any final questions that you may have.
So, Dr. Bracken, I just want to thank you and your team. I was coming up with what the big takeaways are from this budget. You know, we're going to be the highest compensated district in the region. We're going to lower central office costs by 5%. We can debate, maybe you think it's more, but it looks like it's 5%. We're going to invest in literacy, and there's no increase in millage. And so that's all good news. So thank you to the team. I know this is not easy, and I appreciate you keeping that 15% floor. These are the right direction, but I think your larger point that this is it's going to take more to move this battleship than just a couple of steers. We're really going to have to lean in, and I think you're hearing from the board that we're looking for that opportunity.
I appreciate, thank you, everything, but also the breakdown behind that net 5% decrease, because ultimately there was some significant decreases that happened. And I think it's important that be communicated, that when you see a net difference of 5%, but like you said, there were significant cuts that will also impact the services to those schools. So I think it's important that be clear, that again, it was a net decrease, but the decreases in services are grander, or more grand,
Yeah.
than you see on that chart. I appreciate.
We'll unpack that in detail when we bring the tentative adoption.
And I also just wanted to say that I too raised my eyebrow just a wee bit when I saw the holdback to the schools, knowing that we were intending to give them more. A little bit comforting knowing that schools ended up with surplus a lot of times. And so really it's up to us to lean in to help them make more impactful decisions on how to spend that money, and not just with school leadership, but I hope that those conversations are also happening with the Go team, who is a part of this process, and so that they're fully understanding that as well. So thank you.
Well, I'll just echo my colleagues' feedback and compliments. You guys have done an incredible job. I know it's a big shift. It's a lot of work. And know we're going to be there to support our schools and our staff and everyone, but also seeing the shift as a reminder we have more work to do. But it's all focused on students. And like Loretta says, communicating that out is the job of the board and the job of the district. So I also want to ask you in closing, during the summer, if there's anything we can do to support just thinking ahead, please let us know. So follow back up with us on that. Anything else anybody wants to add? Go team. Before we close out? All right. Hey, we ended early. 2:48. Thank y'all.
Nothing like ending a 3-hour meeting
early.
Hey.
By 12 minutes.
Appreciate that.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. And then with that, do you have a motion to adjourn?
No, we didn't do public comment.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
we got to talk to the
goodness.
public, Madam Chair.
3-hour meeting, that's what happens. And I'm glad we had it this time. Public comment, Mr. Gaither. Yes, I see.
Yeah, so we actually
can't
had
call.
2 individuals who signed up for public comment. I do just want to say to Kimberly Brooks that if you can hear us, we do not see you on our Zoom link, and so we'll give you a little time by giving Marshall Norsing the first 2 minutes. But Kimberly Brooks, if you can hear us, if you're still watching, we are unable to see you in our Zoom meeting. And please note that you should have received the message from Keith Glass with the link. All right, Marshall, it's on you.
All right. So one, I want to say when Lisa mentioned it, made me feel even older. So I have been coming down here for more than 10 years before Lisa was here to these meetings on and off. And that was the most candid and the most forward-looking presentation I have seen in those 10 years. So thank you very much for that. And I guess the second part of that is a challenge to the board. In those 10 years, I have not seen any big structural changes that did not come from board leadership. I know everybody's looking to the super or to the department heads, right? It's in APS over the last 10 years, it's come from the board leadership, whether that's out front or behind the scenes. And given the superintendent transition, that feels like where it's got to come from again. And I look forward to Travis telling the public about it and getting them involved.
And
Is Kim back on?
yeah, she's back.
Great.
So our next speaker will be Kimberly Brooks for 2 minutes. Ms. Brooks, can you hear us?
Actually, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. We can. You have 2
I'm sorry, I
minutes.
was watching. I was looking at it on YouTube and I didn't feel like logging in on my phone. So no, over the last month, no, 3 months, I've been dealing with two parents with a concern, and I've been addressing some issues. I sent an email regarding purpose built and some findings that I've come across. And I want to say with ultimate transparency that I am not only concerned and alarmed, but there is immediate action that is necessary. I did speak with Mike Davis yesterday, which was the CEO, and for maximum transparency and to shorten this, these systems, school, what is this, Slater, Price, and Carver, and I just see the operations being conducted as a business. These children are failing. That's hands down. I know exactly what I'm looking at, and I just feel insulted to some extent by seeing this as an APS alumni, as my children, having graduated and having to deal with this same issue, and it's still going on. So I will be in touch with the Board of Education. I will be in touch with this process as I look at a few things. I went to the purpose built meeting yesterday, the board meeting, and there's a lack of transparency, concerningly and alarmingly so, with that budget, with outcomes, with metrics of analysis of how those teachers are doing. And there's also two parents that I have complaining. These parents came to me unsolicited, just knowing my name and just coming to me. And these complaints are valid and they are not being addressed. They are not. And I will not, and they will not be pacified because these are children. So I just want to make sure that I'm transparent and that I'm open so that you know my intentions are. I love APS. I love my school. I love my students. I love them. I will love them forever. And I will fight for quality education for all children. But what I see in the Black community is disturbing and it needs immediate attention. And it's really not anything to negotiate. And I just want to be transparent about that. So I will be in touch with the appropriate parties as it relates to those concerns of those parents and what the expectations are that they have
All
as
right,
they should.
Ms. Brooks, thank you so much. We've reached a time boundary. We do want to make sure that we get your comments. If you could, please submit those. You can submit it through Let's Talk, and we'll ensure that it gets to the board as well as to administration, just so that we can address those concerns. With that being said, Madam Chair, we are concluding public comment.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Pierre. Thank you, public. Appreciate your feedback. All right. With that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Great. All in favor? Aye. Thank you all so much.
We're live? Okay, great, great, good. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us for today's Policy Review Committee meeting, April 18th, 2024 at 4 p.m. I would like to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Mr. Gaither, would you please call the roll?
Representing Education District 6 and Committee Chair, Ms. Isha Collins.
Present.
Representing Education District at Large Seat 7, Mr. Alfred Chivy Brooks.
Present.
Representing Educational District at Large Seat 8, Ms. Cynthia Briscoe Brown.
Present virtually.
Yes.
Okay.
I also want to acknowledge our superintendent, our deputy superintendent, our general counsel, and Sandra, our administrative manager, and our community affairs manager. We got a nice full house today. Madam
Great.
Chair, with that said, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much. I would like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Board Member Brooks,
Second.
second by Board Member Briscoe Brown. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes from our March Policy Review Committee meeting.
So moved.
Okay, it's properly moved by Board Member Brooks. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Board Member Briscoe Brown. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I will now turn it over to our superintendent, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Battle, Deputy Superintendent Erica Long, in terms of our first discussion item, which is Board Regulation BBF-R8, the Community Equity Advisory Committee, for first read.
Thank you, Board Member Collins. I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent, Erica Long.
Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon. If I can share my screen, I will pull up the edits that we discussed last month to the board regulation for our Community Equity Advisory Committee. Of course, this is a committee that was put in place several years ago when you all adopted our equity policy, and it has been working diligently through actually a couple of administrations now to serve as the community's voice on our equity work. As we discussed the change to this board regulation last month, we wanted to make sure to set up the committee to be successful and to accurately reflect the commitment of these committee members. The first change you will see reflected here is to the length of term of the committee members. Change it to them being appointed to 2-year terms and making clear that they remain in place until replacements are appointed by the board or the superintendent. The next change deals with resignation and vacancies, just spelling out that advisory committee members may be removed by the superintendent, by their appointing board member, or by a majority vote of the Atlanta Board of Education. When we go further down the document, we added a couple of sentences related to the commitments made by committee members. Committee members failing to uphold the commitments above are subject to reprimand by their appointing board member, the full board, and/or the superintendent. And reprimand would just be issued in writing to the offending committee member. We also made a change here around the meeting schedule, that this is an administrative committee not subject to the Open Meetings Act. So these edits reflect our recommendations for, and recommendations received from the community panel itself about their work with the board and the administration.
All right, thank you so much for that, Ms. Long. Is there any questions or thoughts or feedback?
None here.
Okay. Cynthia, do you have anything or any questions or thoughts or feedback on this policy revision?
Yes.
Okay.
Does it, I don't have a copy of the policy here. Does it say anywhere it does not say anywhere in this regulation that each board member shall, or that each board member shall appoint a member of the committee. That is certainly implied, but since we no longer are tying it to the committee member shall serve a 4-year term aligned with the term of office of the appointing board member, we may want to say somewhere that each board member shall appoint one member of the advisory committee.
I completely agree, and I see where we had language that said that in the previous version, but when we changed it to the 2-year terms, you're right, we need to go back and explicitly add that each board member makes an appointment. So under that, and I know you're not looking at it, but there's a section for terms of membership. We can add a second sentence.
I can see your screen.
Okay, so we can add a second sentence indicating that.
Okay. Yeah, I think we just need to make that clear somewhere.
Yes, I completely agree. Yes, Board Member Briscoe Brown pointed out that when we changed the language under the terms of membership, the sentence that we're striking out also had the information that board members make an appointment. So we're just going to add a second sentence spelling out that each Board of Education member makes an appointment to this advisory committee.
That's under what, terms of membership?
Yes.
Okay. Got it, okay.
That's all I've got.
Okay. I don't have any other questions as well. This is pretty good. I think it meets our intentions of what we want this revision to encompass. So we'll make that one addition, and then we will post it for first read for May meeting. And then in terms of first reading, after it passes, after it passes the board, it will open up for a 30-day comment window. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep. And we'll move forward from there. All right. Okay, moving on to the second item, which is policy JAA, the Equal Educational Opportunities Policy for first read.
So this proposed change to your policy on equal educational opportunity would insert that Crown Act language that we're also going to insert into the student dress code. Since the student dress code pulls from and quotes this policy, we needed to make the changes here. So you'll see that Crown Act language is inserted in 2 places. The first sentence is just an enumeration of the board's beliefs around the different categories of students that we protect through your equal education policy. The second insertion of the Crown Act language is that statement that will also be a part of the student dress code, that no student shall be subjected to discrimination based on these factors. So we're including the Crown Act language as those factors. And just to remind everyone, the Crown Act, of course, refers to discrimination against certain populations based on their natural hair texture. And we want to make sure that our student dress code is not used or interpreted in any way to allow this type of discrimination.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or feedback?
No, ma'am, none here.
Cynthia, you have any?
None here.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for making that addition as well. This policy will also go for first read in May, at May's meeting. Great, okay. Moving on to the third item, policy JCDB, the student dress code, in which this aligns with it as well. Ms. Long, I'll let you take it away.
Yep. Same insertion, same change. If I can pull it up in the right place. I'm just including that Crown Act language. We talked about this last month, including that Crown Act language within the student dress code, making it clear, again, that students would not be subjected to discrimination based on factors around hair texture, protective hairstyles. And those are, examples are enumerated within the language.
Great. All right. Any questions or feedback?
No, ma'am.
All right. Cynthia, any questions or feedback on this policy?
I'm fine.
Okay, great. We will also move this one forward for first read in May. Okay. And then item 4, which is our policy, our board regulation BH-R1, our board code of ethics, and this is pertaining to the organization of the Ethics Commission for discussion. Mrs. Long, I will now turn it over to you.
Board Regulation BHR1 deals with the organization of your Board Ethics Commission. That is a commission made up of 7 members who are recommended for appointment by various community organizations, civic organizations across the city. There have been vacancies on the Ethics Commission. We have a list already enumerated within the regulation, but there is thought that if we broaden that list to include other organizations, we could, one, potentially get more diverse voices doing this work, as well as have a better chance of having enough people to staff and fill that commission. So in front of you is the regulation status quo as it stands now. But depending on your interest today, we can talk about how we could add additional organizations to this list, what that process would look like. There are draft lists already with some suggested organizations prepared.
Is that draft list available for us to review?
Yes.
So today we'll talk about the draft list versus including as part of the revision, so that we'll two things. Okay with that list, but also there's some outreach to those organizations. To be. Before we dive deeper in that list, Cynthia, did you have any thoughts or questions? Sorry, Cynthia, before we dive into discussing the potential list of additional organizations to add, do you have any thoughts or feedback or questions?
Yes. As you know, Isha, and probably most of the other people in the room know, this is something that I've been concerned about and working on since I was elected to the board. We need a functioning ethics commission. However, this regulation and the related policy were originally adopted during the SACS work of the board before our first board, in the wake of the accreditation crisis, when they almost lost our accreditation and had to work with SACS in order to make sure we were on the strong footing. In those days, each board member appointed one organization, and then that organization would appoint the ethics commission member. Unfortunately, most of these organizations have declined to appoint members. And so we have not had a quorum for an ethics commission in, I don't know whether either Erica Long or Nina can tell us how long it's been, but it's been a very, very long time. We have a pending, my understanding is I believe we have a pending complaint left over from 8 months ago, a year ago now, and which has not been heard by the Ethics Commission because we can't get one. And I think there are probably 2 ways we can go with this. The first one is make the list longer in the regulation. The other one is to take the list out of the regulation altogether, say there will be maintained a list, and my feeling is that legal probably should maintain that list. And that way, as we need to add organizations to the list or organizations drop off, we don't have to amend the regulation. which might be the cleanest way to do it. But I think we're going to have to add about 3 times as many organizations in order to get 7 members of the Ethics Commission. Right now, I believe we have 3 out of 9 organizations. So in order to get 7, we're going to have about 20 organizations if the math holds.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Long, do you want to go ahead and share the list that we're
Yes.
thinking about? Sorry.
So here's a list drafted that, really casts a much wider, more diverse net in terms of not only the legal community and going to them for advice and suggestions, but as well as the higher education community. So you'll see here an addition of potentially the Georgia Association of Women Lawyers, GABWA, Stonewall Bar Association, Hispanic Bar Association, Asian Pacific American, from the education community, GLECE, Andrew Young School of Policy, KSU's College of Education, the Carl Vinson Institute at UGA, and Clark Atlanta's School of Education.
Okay.
This is a great list.
Thanks to our great general counsel.
Well, and let me.
Thank you, Nina.
And say that, that these organizations
I think,
all.
Wait, Cynthia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Nina.
Go ahead, Member Briscoe-Brown, I'll speak after you.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, Nina.
I was just saying that the organizations that are already existing in regulation are civic, nonprofit, nonpartisan, and aren't vendors or business partners of the district. So they do have that one level of remove. Obviously, anyone that they would recommend to the Ethics Commission would have to fulfill the requirements of the Ethics Commission members that are listed in the charter. But these additional organizations fall into that same sort of universe and bucket of organizations.
Great, thank you. Any thoughts, feedback, Board Member Brooks?
If there were any other additional organizations that we would be maybe want to bring forward, what is the appropriate process and time to do so?
Well, I would think, being that we're having this conversation now, I mean, today this item is up for discussion, so I would say if there are any additional organizations to consider, we can either add it to the list now or over the next, probably over the next few weeks before our next policy meeting, have those, think about what those organizations are. Are there any that comes to mind immediately?
Just, from the hip, I was thinking perhaps the ACLU, maybe the NAACP, and I'm just curious as to whether or not those are, they fit what our intention.
Yeah, and I think that's what, I mean, that's a good source to think, to think about as you're thinking about these, think about organizations. Again, this list are those organizations that are deeply rooted in, like, ethics. I was like the Georgia State Bar. We have all of the bar associations. I feel like we covered all of the bar associations. So I do think that you want to kind of think about, use that level of deference to think about other organizations to add here and the expertise that they bring in some spaces. Particularly in this regards, we definitely want to lean into ensuring, like, objectivity process.
And also keeping in mind that this Ethics Commission is for the board. So we're not looking, we don't want an Ethics Commission to evaluate how the district is functioning or how administrators are functioning, but how individual board members are functioning. So making sure we stay at that level. I'd had this idea, like, maybe we go into the special education administrators, et cetera, but that seems too far down in an organization at that level of expertise to really work with the kind of work that board members are having to do with.
Great, thank you. I mean, so this, I mean, we definitely have 19 organizations. We've taken this list from 9 to 19. So I will say if there are any other thinking about the criteria and just kind of feedback that we've just said, if you think about any other organizations, then I would say let's, get it to Erica, to Long, to think about in terms of the inclusion in this list. And then when we meet next month, we'll finalize this list. And I know Pierre, just wanted to acknowledge and thank him, because I know he's the one that tried his best to make calls every single time to staff the commissions. So.
Yeah, definitely. I would propose a consideration of those two organizations that I stated. But other than that, I think I agree with Board Member Briscoe Brown that this is a very good comprehensive list of different organizations. So again, I would propose the ACLU and the NAACP for consideration as well. And Georgia NAACP, to be specific. Yeah. Board Member Brown has her hand raised.
Yep. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Yes, this is a good list. I do think we need to keep in mind the point of the Ethics Commission and make sure we are adding organizations which are likely to have appointees who will be experts in policy and ethics and understand what board members do. It's also important that these organizations not be partners or contractors with the district, I think. So we want to avoid, for instance, or have any close ties with APS, which I think is why the original list included the Georgia Chamber of Commerce, but not the Atlanta Chamber. Because at the time, certainly the Atlanta Chamber had a very close relationship with the Board of Education. So I think we just need to keep that in mind. We also need to name organizations which are likely to be able to find Ethics Commission members who meet the qualifications below. I love this list because it's so much more diverse than the original list, but also recognizing the importance of having people who understand what an Ethics Commission is and how it functions. I know that we need to get an Ethics Commission up and running. The current policy or the current regulation says that once the Ethics Commission has a quorum, has its 7 members, then they have to have training, they have to meet, they will elect a chair and a vice chair, and they need 60 days to write their own procedures. It would be good if we could have this process start with perhaps the June board meeting or shortly thereafter, so that they'd have the summer to do that. Those 60 days could run during June and July, or during July and August, so that we have a functioning Ethics Commission by early in the next school year. Can we think about how we might accomplish that, whether we vote on this at a special called meeting, something as important as this? I'm not sure whether we want to wait first read, but in particularly given all these organizations. But would it be possible for us to vote on final approval at the June board meeting or some other time?
You can. Typically, and I'm treating this just like a board policy because it's a board regulation. Typically, you do a first read at one regular monthly meeting and then approve the next one. But you can approve at the first meeting upon a unanimous vote. So if just sort of planning this out, if you want to have another cycle of the committee process to come back for the next policy committee meeting in May and finalize the proposed regulation and move it forward for approval at the June meeting, if there's a unanimous board vote, it can be unanimously approved.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we could definitely explore that, but I would say for right now, when we've added 11 more organizations, there is some time that we need to at least contact those organizations to see if they're interested in see if they are interested in joining or being a part of this list. We can, and if we get through that work, then we'll have the opportunity, we get through that by our May policy meeting. I can easily see us being able to, bring the board members, our colleagues, up to speed and have it ready for final approval in June. So.
Okay, if we don't do it in June, then we won't approve it until August, and then it's closer to the end of the calendar year before we have an actual ethics commission.
Yeah, definitely understand. I mean, in full transparency, we're trying to move a change in 3 months, but this has been something that's been outstanding for a few years. So I want to be very, very, very cognizant of that timing and making sure we do it right as well. And June, there's opportunity. I mean, it could be a special meeting. I mean, we still have the budget. A lot of times we have the budget commission meetings that run into June, so we do have some time. And so I want to acknowledge that, but I also want to make sure that we do this tight and right the first time. So, so we have the organizations here. We're not changing any other part of this process, criteria wise. So I think I feel like it should be a reasonable turnaround. I just don't want people to feel that we're in a crunch to get it done, and really want to make sure that we're doing it succinctly. So, with that being said, any other questions, thoughts, or feedback?
No, ma'am.
All
No,
right.
thank you.
Yep, no problem. I think we're good to go. Good to go there. Okay. And then, so those are for all the discussion items for today. The next piece we have is other business. And Eric, I wanted to see if there was anything you had for other business.
I know we received some notes and a draft of potential changes to student discipline for discussion if you all would like. Here is information from an outside organization, but that talks about school recess policies and discipline policies. Let me pull that up here. The first point of discussion deals with recess, and it lays out some specifics around a daily recess requirement for students in grades kindergarten through 8. Of course, our current board policy does call for recess for students. The draft here would just go into more details about holding recess outdoors, 30 minutes on some days, at least 15 minutes on other days, recess that complies with the student's IEP, spelling out that students are not denied recess unless there's a particular threat to physical safety. And just a few provisions that go into specifics around how recess is administered in the school and classroom level.
So I think this was shared with us in terms of focus on again the recess and the discipline piece. Wanting to hear any initial thoughts, or what do you think are best next steps? In terms of this, for me initially, I thought it read more of like the details of regulations then in terms of like the overarching policy piece to drive the board's position and intention in terms of recess. So, you know, I don't know if you have any thoughts. I don't know if you have any thoughts on it, Shivy, excuse me, Board Member Brooks, and then Erica would love to hear.
Yeah, no, I agree with what you stated, Madam Chair. My initial feelings and thoughts are just understanding that recess a lot of times, or lack of those brain breaks in recess, are cause for misbehaviors, and so essentially to use something that is more of a positive behavior intervention as a punishment instead is something that we might want to reconsider. And there are some other points in this document that I thought were strong as well, specifically around, and perhaps I'll wait till we get to the lower end of the document to make comment on that. But also I wanted to make, you know, I'm still learning what is under the purview of the board to give input on, what is, you know, purview of the superintendent and the administration as well. So this is something that I do support. And would love to get your thoughts on what is the best next steps for us.
So I think that these are a really strong starting point for a conversation. Of course, recess has been talked about at the Capitol, I think, every session for about the past 4 or 5 years. And it's taken a while to finally get a mandated recess that went through, I think, about 2 years ago. I think from the administration standpoint, one important next step for us would be to sit down with our chief of schools and really get an understanding of what kind of supports our schools need to ensure that they're implementing recess properly and in alignment with your policy as well as what the state of Georgia asks us to do. I would not want to rush them through that conversation, but just hearing from Chief Usher, from the associate superintendents, there are definitely ideas here that could live very well in administrative regulation. We don't have one at this time around recess, so laying out these specifics might be a good place for that type of detail. But once again, I want to talk to the schools team and just see what they're hearing from principals.
Absolutely, fair enough. I think that, I mean, this is a big piece that was just brought, you know, that we just brought to us. So we'd love to do a deeper, have the administration do a deeper dive and see what are those options and ways that we can make some, you know, that we can find a common ground. Like I said, I know we talk about, like you mentioned, it's been discussed so much. So, and then the second part in terms of the discipline piece.
So here's an outline of suggestions around student discipline. You know, under the topic of uniform discipline practices, making sure our practices are consistent across the district, that the administration would develop a comprehensive discipline matrix that defines disciplinary infractions, codifies consequences, and that are applied uniformly across APS campuses. I know our student code of conduct attempts to do that in terms of codifying and defining infractions. It says that the administration would extend the ban on out-of-school suspensions to include grades 4 and 5. I think that ban is now K through 3. Calling on the administration to provide training on restorative justice practices, including peer mediation, teacher to student, and student-to-student restorative justice, training our school resource officers on de-escalation tactics that are age-appropriate, making sure our school counselors are equipped to monitor and record disciplinary processes and coordinate that restorative justice. And then it states that no student shall be denied access to scheduled after-school programming and enrichment activities as disciplinary consequences. And that includes on-site after-school programming provided by APS and different vendors.
Any thoughts, questions? Cynthia, I see your hand raised. Did you have anything?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no.
I think both of these are more administrative than they are board level. And Erica Long, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought we had a policy that does not mandate recess and doesn't get into the specifics of 30 minutes per day or 15 minutes per day on early release days. But we did a policy that included recess. I want to say it was 2016, 2017,
Yes,
something
yes.
like that.
You do have a recess policy, and that policy does spell out that recess shall not be withheld for disciplinary reasons. It talks about grades K through 8. It's applicable to grades K through 8. I'm not sure off the top of my head whether it gets into the time.
I don't believe it does, but I confess I didn't look for it before this meeting. But I think we probably need to pull that and figure out whether at a board level we need to revise that policy. And then at an administrative level, what kinds of regulations that administration needs to put forward. As far as the discipline, again, I think we probably need to look at what we have. And by the way, I think it's uniform and not uniformed. When I read it the first time, I thought we were talking about uniforms, about clothing. But again, I think we have a policy that that provides for restorative practices. And so if we can match this up to what we've got, cross-reference it, and have administration look at it to see what, if anything, we need to do to revise the current policy and then the current regulations as well.
One of the things that I would like to see as well is in an expansion of restorative justice practices to our after-school vendors as well, because we do contract with after-school vendors who many times are not certified educators, not staff of APS, and so there could potentially be some gaps in how discipline is enforced or implemented, for a better word. And so my thought would be for us to, and again, depending if this is on the administrative side or on the board side, what have you, but that we support access to restorative justice trainings for our aftercare vendors as well, so that there is a continuum of discipline implementation.
Mm-hmm. I think the point about consistency between the school day and the after-school experience is an important one. I would worry about the availability of resources to make sure that those vendors are adequately trained. I mean, that's something that we would have to take on as an administration. But, I think there definitely, you do have a board policy on restorative justice. I think that there are parts of the language here that could, again, live in an administrative regulation, particularly once we're able to sit down with our discipline office, with the Division of Academics, with schools again, definitely student services, Chelsea Montgomery and her team, and just hear from them where they see the needs and how we can best call out and address those needs in an administrative regulation.
That. And then also, like, I was just thinking as well, the vendor side, if we don't have the resources to do that additional work, we could also be limiting, it could be built out in terms of like the RFP piece or contractual piece, but, and setting the stage, but it also could be limiting as well. But I really appreciate raising that point. This is another one as well. Like, I felt like a lot of this language could, is kind of the regulatory piece as well. So I appreciate if you can get some more information,
Yes.
internally in terms of what some of these pieces and what we currently are doing. Because we're doing the restorative, we have the policy on restorative justice practices, trauma-informed practices, those pieces there, and some of these things that are listed out, but what that actually, what we have in place, what are we doing now, what are some of the opportunities that we may want to marry some of these pieces, if that is if that is an option.
Yes. And I definitely want to elevate the Section 2, which talks about expanding the prohibition on out-of-school suspensions to 4th and 5th grade as well. And I think the overall spirit, as I glean from this document, is to reduce the disproportionate enforcement of out-of-school suspension and disciplinary actions on Black and BIPOC children in our district. And so that 4th and 5th grade expansion on prohibiting out-of-school suspensions, except for, those necessary infractions, I think is a worthy conversation to have again. And again, that's more regulatory and on the administrative side, and I received that. But just something that I wanted to elevate is a point that I think is worthy of a conversation.
Great, all right, so here, then we're good to.
Okay, and I think I see Cynthia's hand up on the
Sorry,
Zoom. I'm
Cynthia,
not sure.
yes, you have another.
That's okay, just one brief comment on what Board Member Brooks just said. It might be helpful if and when administration brings this back to us, if we had some statistics on trends in discipline and particularly breaking that down into subgroups, so we could all be informed about that.
Yes.
I agree that we need to address disproportionality. But I also think we've made some progress on that over the years. And I think that analysis is probably an important part of what we do as we work through this. Thank you.
Great, no problem. All right, so thank you so much. We'll continue to follow this and see some of the pieces that we can make happen, if any. The second thing for other business that I'm wanting to uplift, that I know that we've gotten communications on and that it is growing, is the recognition of certain sports for PE credit. And what want to put that out in terms of understanding the process in that space. I know over the years this has come up here and there over the years in terms of whether it's ultimate frisbee or flag football. What are some of those other sports that students are advocating for to receive PE credit? So any initial information on that would be great, but then also I definitely wanted to put it as a topic because because it is a growing dialogue that's happening again.
Yes, it is a growing dialogue, and I think it's a good problem to have as our students have explored more sports and activities. In the case of Ultimate Frisbee, of course, that's a club sport, and we see interest in it growing across the district. I checked in with our PE department just about the graduation requirement itself for physical education, PE along with athletics. And in order to be consistent and to have an equity focus on these questions, we have to limit the number of activities that we allow to substitute for that PE credit. We like to make the substitutions available when it's a varsity sport that is available at every high school in the district. Ultimate Frisbee at this point is only available at 3 of our high schools. So it would become a question of equity, whether we elevate to course credit level, a club sport that is not recognized by the GHSA as a varsity sport. There are other GHSA activities that are sanctioned, one act play, esports, and there's another one that is sanctioned, but we don't use them for that PE course credit substitution. I think it's a question that we will hear about more as there are more club sports and activities that gain in popularity. But we just want to make sure that when we're deciding what gets credit towards graduation, that they are all those activities, those sports that are widely available across the district.
So just for clarity, the district can, if the sport is offered throughout if the sport is offered throughout the entire district, the district has the autonomy to add that sport as an credible PE course, okay? So there's no need to have to go to GHSA in that regard.
No, we don't have to. But I think some of the determination would come down to whether we want to create a distinction between varsity sports versus a junior varsity versus non-varsity. And those are questions that we would have to grapple with as an administration, in terms of wanting to protect the value of that PE experience, and make sure that we're not casting too wide of a net in terms of substitutions. And then just thinking through administratively from the school's perspective, how would this work in terms of numbers of students who get to participate in this substitution?
I don't know, I don't know if we have this on top. So for the sport of rugby, right? Is that a recognized sport for recognized sport for PE substitution?
I'm not sure. I can check, yeah.
Can we? Yeah, I think that would be a good start. Can we get? Is it by any chance to see the list?
Yeah.
Yeah. In terms of that, particularly. Like lacrosse. Yeah, I think like rugby. I actually think it's lacrosse.
That's what you're thinking about, lacrosse.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking about like lacrosse.
Golf.
Yeah, golf. Yeah, can we?
Yeah.
Is it for educational purpose, informational
Yes.
purposes for sure, to see the list of those sports that are, those activities that we are recognizing as an PE exemption.
And my other question is, are there sanctions on all club sports? Essentially that it has to be a GHSA recognized sport in order to be eligible for the exemption?
No, it doesn't have to be GHSA recognized because we do offer a PE exemption for marching band, for dance. But the issue with club sports would just be how widely available it is throughout the district. We want to make sure that we're offering that substitute opportunity only to activities where any high school student has access to it throughout the district.
Right, and so I guess then my question is in the reverse, that we have no exceptions for anything that is not being offered everywhere.
I'm not comfortable with agreeing to that or not without knowing in front of me. I know that it is our intention to be equitable and to make sure that we're only offering exceptions for those activities that are available across the district. But I don't want to commit that there are no exceptions available that don't meet that definition.
Right.
But we can find out.
Yeah, I think that would be a good point of clarity, because I think to the community's ear, if they hear, well, we can't approve new things because they're not offered everywhere, but we're already approving things that are not offered everywhere, then it would kind of give kindle to.
That would be an inconsistency, yes.
Correct. Thank you for the term. Thank you for the better way to say
Yeah.
it. Because I didn't want to say hypocrisy, but I think someone who is advocating for something would view it that way, and I do appreciate that. I think that would be a good point of clarity, and because I think about Frisbee, for example, my son Bryce played ultimate Frisbee, and it's a very physical sport. They're doing a lot of running around, and I think the intention in the community is for students to be able to take more AP classes or electives or other things in lieu of PE, while they're also being physically active at school in other activities that maybe are not GHSA recognized.
But I'll get that comprehensive list. Yep.
And also, sorry, for clarity, I heard that esports is not recognized for exemption either.
Right.
Okay, it's recognized through the Georgia High School Association, but we don't recognize it as
A PE exemption.
PE exemption.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And, I think with that's just the nature of the activity, here. Yeah.
We had this I'm sorry, we had this conversation in terms of what we recognizing esports as a PE requirement, and there was this conversation of what type of sweat.
Right,
Stress
right,
sweat.
right.
Stress
sweat.
Like, just
Physical
the
sweat.
logistical
Yeah,
part, right,
physical
you know.
sweat.
Listen, if you ever been in a heated Fortnite, Call of
Okay.
Duty, 2K, Madden match,
Stress
This sounds like
sweat.
the father of two
Stress
sons.
sweat that
Yeah,
happens.
okay.
it's a thing.
Thank you. Oh,
So that's good to know to have that clarity.
yes.
I recognize that
It's real, okay.
Okay, that'd be good. You know, and I think just the information to know like what activities that we do align to qualify as an exemption to at least build the knowledge of this. So as we're getting communications and advocacy through us, we at least are knowledgeable enough to know like what that does in fact look like, and then the equitable lens in terms of some of the decisions that are made in that regard. That'd be great. So that is one to be continued as well,
Yes.
but definitely wanted to, while we had this moment, put it on your radar. As you know, we've had speakers at board meeting and we're getting email communications on it. Wanted to recognize that. Got it. Yeah, hey, Cynthia.
May I speak? Thank
go.
you. It might be wise to ask athletics and/or PE to come to our next policy committee meeting and present on this topic, so that I think it's difficult for us to make any determination without accurate information, and also to hear from them how adding additional sports would affect our students, would affect the academic requirements, graduation requirements, and also address the equity issue. I agree that if we're already using sports, which we don't offer at every school, to satisfy the PE requirement, then we need to discuss whether we should be doing that, and if so, whether we should expand the list. But I think without having appropriate administration representatives with us, I think this is just a hard discussion to have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, if possible,
Yes.
that would be great.
Yes, that'd be great.
All right. So thinking about our next meeting, upcoming meeting, our next policy review meeting is slated. Is that for Thursday, May 16th? Okay.
That's the week before graduations?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. That's fine with me as far as I know. What time will we have that meeting?
Yep. We already have a 10 and a 12. Okay. So looking at sometime in that afternoon, is there for me? Is there a time frame that works best for you, Mr. Brooks, or Board Member Briscoe Brown? I will say for me, I am out of pocket from 2 to 3, so maybe 1:45 to 3.
1:45 to 3 is fine with me, or even.
I'm out, like,
you're saying
that's the
when you
block.
can.
Yep, so
Does
any.
4 o'clock work for you, the same time we did today?
Yep, that works for me. I want to make sure, like with Cynthia, that it, if that time works for you, Cynthia.
It does in May. Traffic is just so awful when we have these late meetings, but I know, Shivy, that you prefer them late in the day. So let's do this one at 4 o'clock.
Look, I promise the school year is coming to an end very soon. All right, so June, we could do any time, any day you want. I promise, your pick.
You owe us, right?
That's right.
And so for the 12 o'clock, that is the budget? Okay, so that's normally what, like 2.5 to, like that 12 to 3?
Yeah.
Okay, oh, that's fine. Okay, so we'll go, let's just be safe and set it for 4 again on May 16th. All All right, we're good to go there. Next meeting will be on Thursday, May 16th, the week before we kick off Grad Nation at 4 p.m. Mark your calendars. And then now wanted to open up to see if we have any public comment.
No public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay. Being that we have no public comment for today's meeting, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn to today's Policy Review Committee meeting.
So moved.
Okay, is it properly moved by Board Member Brooks, seconded by Board Member Briscoe Brown?
Second.
Yes, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you, and we are good to go.